I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and today is Conspiracy Monday, of course. We're dealing with a tragic downturn on the stock market, the largest in history. An epic day of all times, down 2,013 points on extremely panicky market activity. The initial stages of the stock market were dealt with. They did a 15-minute shutdown in the early stages of the trading because of the sharp drop. And then it held for a while. And then it started increasing. And it went up, 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 and then lost faith. Up, up, up. More faith, lost faith. People are losing faith in the market. And then slowly a rise, and then a tragic downturn here, which is a pretty steep turn. So as we go into tomorrow's trading, it'll be a very interesting day. But the Dow Jones is down 2,013 points, historic. This is what we predicted along with the volatility of the past couple of weeks as a result of the coronavirus. Today's trading was down mostly due to a panic on OPEC. OPEC oil dropped sharply because demand is dropping. The oil prices are dropping, and that could be good for you, the consumer, who wants to travel to your local store, but not so good because people really shouldn't be traveling anywhere. The newest information we have is that South Korea and China are getting positive results from their harsh control, quarantining people at extreme levels. That's not so good insofar as we don't do that here in America, but our top infectious disease experts say that they might have to. What happened in Italy, we got Dow futures up 600. That's good news. Super Saver says Dow futures are up 600. They usually go up when the Dow goes down, so that's interesting. But what they're doing in Italy, blocking anybody from leaving a certain sector, 18 million people held back, is perhaps just as a wise decision at this point. And I think there is concern about people traveling. Britain is telling people that at this point they haven't made this announcement, but they want people to self-quarantine whenever they get the flu. But they're going to make this announcement officially. Boris Johnson is officially shortly, but they have yet to make that decision. So they're kind of fielding the statement, but sending panic around the world. We're expecting panic around the world. We're dealing with what appears to be part psyops and part real dangerous potential virus. One of those possibilities are true. There is also the strange coincidence that the 5G network is starting up in areas where people are dying. That's strange too. That coincidence cannot be ignored. It should be looked at. It's primarily because our government has done no testing on the 5G network, nor has any other government, which shows a very suspicious activity, a stream of activity going on in the background of political activity that we see in the foreground. People are doing things behind our backs, and we even talk about what they do daily, dumping chemicals on our heads. Yeah, the possibility these people are dumping chemicals on your heads is very real too. I mean, the spread of a virus could also happen through the air. So, do we really know how this is spreading? Really? I mean, are we really sure? There's no explanation for this type of pollution. You can't say it's condensation coming out of the back wings of a plane. We've got more than enough evidence to convince us that they are indeed spraying the world. Whatever they're doing, it's hard to imagine. Now, we know for a fact that this came from the coronavirus studies that have been done. This came from a bioweapons lab in Wuhan. But the Chinese claim that its origins could be from an American manufacturer. We have evidence that people were arrested in December. A Harvard scientist was arrested with 2 national Chinese people in Boston Logan Airport in December, right around the time this spread. Whether that connects or not to this potential lab in Wuhan, I don't know. But I do know that there's 2 conflicting stories about this, whether it was created in China or whether it was created in the U.S. to trap or blame China. So in deference to that, we have to assume either way it's a bioweapon. And either way, our country is under attack by the bioweapon. So we have to look at it as pretty much an attack. And that means that everybody has to be extremely vigilant, exercising their individual freedom at the same time, but being extremely vigilant to not freak out and be around other people. Stay within your own space, within 6 feet of another person. That includes your home, too. Chemtrails have been heavy in your area today, Groucho. There you go. Yeah. Trump Tardigan has information on this the S strain. There apparently are 2 variations of the virus. There's the S and the L variation, but our government has not talked about this. Ironically. Yeah, so that's a little suspicious. Why has our government not discussed the 2 variants of this particular virus? Now, the reason why I said it was a bioweapon is I have seen a videotape, and I can't play it right now because it seems to be missing on the internet. I have seen a videotape by a top scientist, a geneticist, who said emphatically that it has 4 markers on it that are like the AIDS virus set. He said that would never have happened in a natural environment mutating among bats. It could never have happened. So these 4 markers indicate it is man-made. But our government's yet to say that, which is very suspicious. So what are they afraid of? Why are they avoiding it? You know, if you want to freak out, you can, but there's no point. Remember, panic is what causes problems. So don't panic. You can certainly, stock up on food and supplies, but don't panic. Oh, are they debating tonight? The 2 retarded men? I didn't know. This guy's gone to the deep end, off the deep end. He's got the Lysol spray. He's got his bagpipes out of one orifice. He's got a breather where he brings in the air, and he's spitting some sort of a fluid out of his bagpipes, which ignite in the air. All right. So I think this is a bit over the top. And being on a unicycle doesn't really help either. All right. So don't freak out like that guy did. But if you have to, I understand. There's lots of theories that are going to be debunked by the officials. You know, they're more than willing to call any of us a conspiracy theorist if we tie this to 5G. But like I said, there has been no study done on the long-term safety of the 5G network. Okay, you've got people, conspiracy debunkers, running left and right trying to debunk this theory. Okay. Not to clear bans? What do you mean, Duck Norris? I have unbanned everybody recently, but not real recently. 5G isn't responsible for the deadly infection, and it didn't crash land on Earth on a meteor. Okay, good to know. And how they know this? How exactly? They just say it's not responsible? Paul Hunter, an infectious disease professor at the University of East Anglia, warned the spread of misinformation could also lead to more cases. Bad advice, people taking greater risks. Oh, sure. But yeah, some have rumored that the 5G mobile network caused coronavirus by sucking oxygen out of people's lungs. That's a good theory because it is a deionizing force that can break oxygen particles from O2 to O, and that's not absorbed by your hemoglobin. So, T. Tommy, please don't ask irrelevant questions here. Thanks. I should unban everyone? Make today a good day? Okay. I'm unbanning everyone, Sky Scion says. Okay, let's do it. Unban all. It's very unbanal of you. Daily Mail isn't real news. I don't care. Max sources whatever he wants. And anybody saying the F word to me is not going to sit any time in the room. Okay, so they're just saying it's not the 5G network. In recent days, the bizarre new conspiracy theories have circulated on social media claiming the 5G causes coronavirus by sucking oxygen out of your lungs. What if what we're all seeing in Wuhan is sickness from exposure to excessive 5G? And in a video on Twitter, an unidentified woman said 5G absorbs oxygen, and that's really important to know. On your oxygen molecules, little electrons with 5G, they start to oscillate. So 5G is absorbing the oxygen, then our hemoglobin can't take up the oxygen. Blah, blah, blah. Public Health in England said it is possible that there may be a small increase in overall exposure to radio waves when 5G is added to an existing network or in a new network. Well, that would have been great if they'd studied that, you know. However, the overall exposure is expected to remain low relative to guidelines, and as such, there's no consequences for public health. There's no studies done. There's been no studies done. They're citing no studies at all. The virus was made in a lab. It has 4 markers, and I'll find that article if I have to go through every single piece of my history. No, it didn't come from space. Okay, so we can go with the idea that there is a virus, just to be cautious. But again, there's no studies done on the safety of the 5G network. All right? Good we know that. So we know that we don't know. We don't know anything. The rate of increase, exposure to the 5G, to the coronavirus. Here I am already saying it. This is the timeline of the spread of this disease worldwide. Play it again, Sam. Here we go. Yeah, how can you say anything without studies? That's true, yeah. 5G could be a weapon. We don't know that. Hot Rails, this is not a wig. This is my real hair. We've been through this conversation like 45 times, and you keep coming and saying the same stupid thing. The Unipiper cleaning of the corona. Okay, let me start this up again. Oh man, that was piercing. Okay. Let's take a quick look at the coronavirus piper as he spreads his venom. Wow, that's a sad tune he's playing. Okay, appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't even realize. So that is the timeline. That is what we're dealing with. China is claiming a lot of things. They claim that they are getting rid of slowly getting rid of the epidemic. But China is doing a thing that's almost unheard of. They're locking people in their hotels. How do we know that the hotels aren't just baking with people catching the viruses? So I don't trust a damn thing that China is saying about how they're getting ahead of this. It seems like an official party line until we actually see people in the streets of Wuhan again, publicly walking around. We don't even know if they're starving to death in their hotels. And he has hair like me. No, the virus is not a conspiracy. It's a real bioweapon. I've heard direct information that it was created in a lab. That much is true. Whether it is related to 5G, we don't know. We have no idea. That's very disrespectful. You just lost your name. China and India will go to war over clean water once the coronavirus causes tap water to become contaminated and electricity grid goes down. You know, that's the concern. You know, there was evidence in the early days of China's problem in Wuhan of possible contamination spreads in body fluids. Yeah, that's what they say. So your public water systems are very important to remain safe. Well, this is just the beginning. I mean, the stock market crash like this is really not the big news story here. Let's see. We have analysis of your dollar value right now. Which presidents are on the U.S. money? There's the dollar bill dude, you know, George Washington. Yeah, we could spend an hour talking about my hair tonight. You're right. New York is paying inmates less than $1 an hour to make a state-branded hand sanitizer. Well, I guess that's better than nothing. Less than $1 an hour is still money in the bank for their cigarettes and commissary money. Thomas Jefferson on the $2 bill. No one really got onto the $2 bill. We only have a few of them in circulation. $5 Abraham. Alexander Hamilton, our first U.S. Secretary of Treasury. He's one of the non-presidents. Andrew Jackson, Ulysses S. Grant. Ben Franklin on the 100. McKinley's on the 500. Yeah. Cleveland, Grover Cleveland's on the $1,000 bill. Well, you'll be going through those pretty fast if you're liquidating your stocks. Hey, I just hang in there with the stock market, everybody. Don't check your stock value. It's not worth it. You have a $500 bill? Really, Melrose? That's pretty cool. When a plague of biblical proportions is happening, like currently the coronavirus, these will shut down in the following order: air travel, shipping, trade, and commerce. Then factories, food, and supply clean water will be the last. The internet, electricity grids, government, nation states. Yes. Well, if you aren't prepared for everything, I pulled out one of my generators today, and I'm getting ready to cycle. It gets the gas out of it. Switch the gas with fresh. Yeah, I just want to make sure I have everything, ready to go. I can use the old gas. I put it away for storage, but I'd rather have fresh in the engine. So if we have an electric grid shutdown and I have stuff in the freezer, I'll be able to keep it going, running it about 4 hours a day. And don't open the freezer or the refrigerator when you run the generator. Just keep it at high, put it at the highest maximum setting, and then run it for 4 hours. It'll chill it really down for the remainder of the day. You really only need 3 to 4 hour operation on your generator, and then charge all your batteries during that time period. At this point, I would never claim that gold should be taken out of circulation like FDR did. Gold is a safe haven currency, which ironically did not do anything big today. Yeah, normally people, move right into gold. But today was a minus 1 point on the spot, or 1% on the spot rate. Let me take a look. Silver it was down $11 today. So normally when they drop the stock market, people see gold go up, but today it's going down. So it's weird. It's like people want to hold on to their money in their savings account or something. I don't know. It's kind of strange. A lot of people move their money out of the stock market today. That's why the big drop. But gold is still fairly buoyant on a daily basis, but and silver is, let's see what silver is. Oh, good. You ran your generator today and bought a new battery, which you're charging. Good. Yeah, everybody needs to, keep up on that. And you should have at least one 100-watt solar panel if you want to keep your batteries charged for a little bit of minimal use. Silver at 16. It was going up toward the end there. Look at that. Okay, so silver looks positive. Gold was down initially and then up. Yeah, I just don't know if you can lose with gold and silver. It's a safe haven for your investment. Initially, there's no communication from the outside world until someone sets up a two-way radio. Oh, that's if we get hit with an electromagnetic pulse. Yeah. Takes our electricity grid down. Yeah, that would be worse in some ways than a coronavirus. So consider yourself lucky. We've only had a 2013-point drop in the stock market. Yeah. It could be worse. We could be hit by an asteroid or an EMP, or both. So New York is paying inmates to make hand sanitizer. That's kind of cool. It's another day in the world of awful coronavirus news, and New York Governor Andrew Cuomo is here to remind us of how much everything sucks. In the press conference, the governor unveiled a new hand sanitizer that the state will produce. It's producing a whopping 100,000 gallons of this cleansing gel. It's using incarcerated people producing the new item. High-risk communities and state agencies who are most impacted, it'll be available to. And they'll be paying far less than $1 an hour to do it, adding salt to the wound. So the incarcerated people often don't have access to hand sanitizer because of its alcohol content. So it appears that they won't be the ones benefiting from it. So what's preventing some guy in a prison operation from urinating in the vat of hand sanitizer? I mean, any one of them easily whip one out while their supervisor's not looking and urinate in it. Well, it turns out that urine is very good for hand sanitizing. So nothing to worry about. Yeah. And of course the inmates will never get sick. And they'll never spread the disease in the hand sanitizers. No, they would never do that. And they're getting so much, 60 cents an hour, they're not going to urinate in the hand sanitizer. So don't worry. You have to make things cheat-proof when you build things. You can't possibly expect that inmates making 60 cents an hour aren't going to urinate in the hand sanitizer. I don't know what they're thinking. When you get pulled over for speeding, this is all people have to say, really, There you go. And the cop just freaks out at that point, especially if it's true. You wouldn't want to lie about that. They'll send you to the checkpoint at the FEMA camp where you'll go right to the incinerator. All right, I'm pulling you over. License and registration, sir. But I have the coronavirus, not. French Culture Minister Frank Riester has tested positive for the coronavirus, but that means it is inside Paris right now. Yeah, every nation has allowed international travel when I said back in early January to shut down all the borders. And did anyone listen to me? No. Big bucks. Monique Destiny, thank you. Very kind thing to say. Appreciate it. Monique said, Vaughn Live should pay you, David, for casting on their site, and so should iVlog. They should pay you big bucks. I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Everyone's made money censoring me, Monique. Everybody who censors me is making money censoring me. Thank you. And it's been an uphill battle fighting the censors, but literally are keeping us from getting any donations. So we literally had no money over the past 7 years except for just a couple little teeny donations. When we were getting good donations in Blog TV, and then it flatlined at almost zero. It flatlined down here. Yeah. Earth 2100. New York flooded by a hurricane. Sea level rises. Good documentary. No, I haven't seen that one. It's probably on Netflix, though. Earth 2100. Sad news for Max von Sydow. He passed away. I don't think he died necessarily of the flu, but wouldn't that be tragic? Yeah. Best known for his work in The Exorcist and The Seventh Seal. This actor lasted, wow, so many years. 81 years. Swedish actor has passed away. We don't know why he died, but he was famous. He played opposite legendary film star Ingmar Bergman in a lot of films. Well, age of 90, I'm sorry. Died at the age of 90, thank you. But no mention of what caused his death. Rest in peace, Max von Sydow. You've been a film titan. And his full obituary is here. Maybe it's there. His brooding star of Ingmar Bergman torment-ridden dramas dies at age 90. Well, he was a terrific actor. I can definitely appreciate all the work he did. Sinewy 6'4" frame with a blonde crew cut and electric blue eyes. Craggy granite face. Mr. von Sydow is one of the screen's most imposing male performers. No cause of death. I don't know if he's a victim of the coronavirus. Nope. Okay, he died of old age, okay? Thank you. Hey, Acid DJ, don't keep talking about Rodney here. He just cost us a strike on our YouTube channel. He died peacefully from old age during the night in his French maison in Provence. Well, thank you so much for telling me, Medbro. What a wonderful way to go. Peacefully at night. Yeah. Not writhing in pain in Wuhan or anywhere in America. I don't have a gut. Yeah. That's a bannable offense. I told you. Yeah. In fact, my ideal weight is 225. I'm at my ideal weight. I have the same weight I've had for the past 15, 20 years. 15 years. 15 years ago, I dropped down to 215. 21 years ago, I dropped down to 200, even 196. So I'm 6'4". If I get around 200, I start to look thin. 43 people who fell from grace this decade. Wow. Well, we'll be adding a lot to the list as soon as the coronavirus hits a lot of old people, because they say this is a bioweapon designed to kill old people. That's why the death rate's so high among old people. I mean, I'm not making this up. Our president refuses to admit that. Oh yeah, this guy fell from grace, but he's still alive. Charlie Sheen, he fell from grace a couple years ago. Yeah, he doesn't make a good income anymore. He's drawing from his savings. Greg Mortison, Anthony Weiner. Okay. Oh, this is people who fell from grace recently. General Petraeus. You know, they charged him with a felony the day he was going to testify in the Benghazi case. That looks very suspicious to me. No one says the regular flu has killed more than 5,000 in America. But this virus, we panic, we are being duped. I know. Oh, Mr. Bill, good point. Let's not forget, folks, that the virus kills nationally or internationally up to 65,000, and some people say even more than that. You're on the borderline. Yeah, Corey Feldman, has he revealed anybody? Is he going to finger the pedos tonight? Is that the big night? Because I was checking Corey's. I've got a video of Corey on Wendy's show. We'll play that tonight. But supposedly he's going to finger somebody who's a pedophile. We're going to know who that is. And if he doesn't, oh, he did already? Who is he? Who's he fingering? Don't use that word. Who's he pointing to? Because it's sounding like he's fingering somebody. That sounds very weird. More people die of panic buying, emptying food, and economy crashing. That's a pretty interesting statistic you just made out on the fly there, Soul Child. But makes sense, though. I agree. Oh, you fingered Charlie Sheen? He's named Charlie Sheen as the pedo? And some other producers? Really? Wow. Okay. Well, we'll try to get that story up close and personal once it's processed. Is that on YouTube? Any links on it at all? Soul Child is very in tune with what's going on. I mean, one of the things about living in constant pain, you get to see the real world unfold in front of you all the time. And Anita has a certain way about her. She can tell it like it is, yeah. We like that about you, Anita. No, full hearsay in chat, never take it as chat. I will never accept that as possible truth, no. A memo from Harvey Weinstein's lawyer is a roadmap of accused predators. Okay, here we go. This is not just somebody saying something in chat. We take it as literal truth. Until we name Charlie Sheen as anything or listen to somebody else naming him, we'll find out. This is an old news item. I want something current with somebody naming Charlie Sheen or anybody else. Instead, I could talk about the Podestas and the missing girl in Portugal. Madeline McCann. I mean, we could talk about Pizzagate. I mean, I don't want to waste your time here. Hi, oh, you look nice. You're all set. You got your military outfit on. You want to take that off?
Sure.
Yeah, I like your belt pack. That's kind of cool. Heart attacks kill number one people. No one bats an eye, but we're freaking out about a few people dying of a virus when typically every year, 5,000 people in America die of viruses. Why are we freaking out about 21 people dead? The whole country is reeling in freak-out sign. This is why people are saying this is a psyops. And I agree with them. This is why people are saying that there's aspects of this that are just blown out of proportion by the media. You can't dispute that. You can see it all over the place. And now the stock market's reeling as a result of that. No, you're not allowed to come in here. You've been muted for 5 minutes. And don't try to come in with your other name. We'll ban you. So Sarah's here. We got the news background rolling. The stock market dipped 2,013 points today.
Oh, good thing I didn't buy yet.
Yeah, now is not the time to buy until it reaches new lows. I really think that it will get to a correction area.
I'm going to wait to buy until there's no new cases in Washington State.
There you go.
Because that's my daily ritual. So my thing is I'll show you guys. I go to, is this the desktop region? No, because that's the other one.
I've got one over here. Let me see.
Is this the desktop region? No.
I'm going to make a new one for you. Hang on. This one over here.
I just go add source and go to
Monitor.
Yeah, grab the whole monitor. Okay, so my daily.
Hang on, I just want to move this into position so I can get out of the picture. There you go. Okay.
Okay, my daily ritual is I go here and then I go to DOH, which is Department of Health.
Yeah.
.washington.gov.
I was there earlier. There's no Island County that I see.
/coronavirus. I'm sure David showed you this already. And then it shows, it updates pretty much daily at, let me double check the time, because down here it'll say March 9th, which was today. This was 4:45 p.m., so 162 positive tests. mostly in King County, a few in Clark, Grant, Jefferson, Kittitas, Kitsap, Pierce, and Snohomish. There was, and most deaths are in are in King County. Okay, and then the age range mostly is 60 to 69 years old are testing positive. 21% in that age range. All right. Okay. That's good. How am I? I am doing well. How are you doing? A 55% female and 4% unknown. Why 55% female? More percentage female? I can guess why. Sure, I'll listen to what you say. Gold went down. Okay. Bluebells are flowering right now. Hello, Max. Can you just stop with the pen 15 thing? Because I know what that is. And I don't like it. Come up with a different name, like Steve. Remember when you were Steve? Or Scott? Fox News is pushing people to buy. I should probably write down my these numbers, like total positive tests. 162, and keep like a daily score or something. Yeah, why don't you come up with that name? You're thinking of stalking your readout and hunkering down there until your corona is somewhat contained? Your readout? Readout. Your bug out place? The 9 worst stocks to buy right now. Okay, thank you for that. Intel? Really? I've got some Intel. Ventas. Senior Living. JB Hunt Transport Services. They call it as hold. Cognizant Technology Solutions. I don't have any of that. Rockwell Automation is not a good stock. Comerica. These are all not the ones that they're saying don't buy. Kraft Heinz. I know I touched my face. I've got to stop that. Wells Fargo. I don't have any Wells Fargo. Walgreens, really? Walgreens used to be... I have not looked at my stocks, so I probably did lose money, but... Oh, Intel just got bad news on chip design flaw that's prone to machine code hacks because of the something on the chips itself. Last 12 Intel chips have the same flaw. Wow. The virus is a conspiracy, right? I don't think it's a conspiracy. Yeah, I could use some of David's Fountain of Youth spray, but I don't like spraying my face with anything. It's clear that, sorry, bars, restaurants, malls are primary bleeding zones, yeah. Anyway... We've collected about 4 ounces of junk silver. Invest in automatic food drink dispenser units. That's a great idea. And you've never bought stock. Meta-Nemesis has never bought stock. You're going to start a coronavirus food delivery service, or a food delivery service, period. You don't have to call it a coronavirus food delivery service, but a food delivery service. Yeah. But a delivery service where, how about a touch-free delivery service? I don't touch you, you don't touch me, we both touch the plastic bag. That's it. Your mom keeps saying you should buy some gold. Yeah, you could buy gold or silver. Goodbye Uber. Can't be allowed during quarantine. Yeah, good point there too. Crazy's been selling off some of his stuff, his stagnant tech sector stuff mostly. Oh, thank you. Best long-term stocks to buy and watch. That's what I wanted. I didn't want the ones to not buy. I know, I was doing that today. Live long and prosper. Post the link for you. You've seen an uptick in people buying jigsaw puzzles? Yeah. Dawdle puzzles. Look who beat Apple. Transdigm. Whatever that is. A blended approach of two great investors, Warren Buffett and William O'Neill. He uses his can slim method. It entails actively trading high growth stocks over weeks and months, rather than Buffett's years to decades style. Blending the two, Investors Business Daily created the IBD long-term leaders. Domino's Pizza, which is what you guys were kind of saying. I won't touch you. We don't touch each other. MSCI, I wonder what that company is, and Transdigm. It's a relatively small aerospace parts manufacturer. Wow, their stock is up huge. Slow and steady. But then you wonder about these when, like, have those all been bought out? Like, are they still going to go slow and steady? Buying is the easy part. Selling is the hard part. Yeah, I do agree with the 25% loss or more. If it falls to 25% off highs. But anyway. Then they tell you all this, but they don't actually tell you which ones it is in Investors Business Daily. You have to subscribe to get the list. Time for irradiation machines for fresh vegetables and meat, kill all viruses, and food to last longer. Machines exist, why not use them? You've been using the fist bump in biomedical field for years. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty interesting, Medbro. Do I want you to donate puzzles to my school? Sorry, Mr. Bill. I don't have time for puzzles at my school. There are too many other things I'm teaching them. The only time they could do it is when I give them some independent research time. Well, you don't want to eat a chicken with coronavirus. You just want to eat a chicken. Chicken's, I think, okay. If you could get the one-day info, you would beat the algorithms of the big guys. Some special ed classes might want 50 or 100 piece puzzles. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I don't know. I just know myself. I got rid of some puzzles recently because, like I said, I feel like I don't have time for it. But it's funny that they are doing a puzzle club. That's true. Like after school, a puzzle club. And I was thinking of buying myself a puzzle because I know David doesn't do puzzles, but I remember doing puzzles when I was a kid and I really enjoyed it. Yeah, after school puzzle club. I know they're like right now we're doing some after school clubs, and one of them is doing a puzzle club. I like that. What can we do to stop living in fear? I'm going to show this on the screen. What can we do to stop living in fear? Click, turn off the TV. That was easy. Okay, Mr. Bill, you're gonna hook me up with some puzzles. Would you be, if you donated them to my school and I sent them home with the kids, what about that? That would be good. I don't want you to have to pay out of pocket to buy them, but if you're just trying to get rid of some puzzles. That would be kind of cool. Give the kids each a puzzle and say, this is what I want you to do for homework. Oh, I have to sign in. That's pretty funny, Serial. Very funny. I think you're just getting old, or many thrift stores that sell puzzles sell them for $1, and they will give you another $2 if you bring back the puzzle, knowing they are all complete. Their way of checking and getting complete sets. Wow, Anita, I'm sorry. No, I wasn't following that. Shall I be? Yeah, true. No one wants an incomplete puzzle. I should ask my thrift store about that. Oh, wait, I did. Yes, that's true. I did hear a little bit about that. Evelyn Boswell. Yeah. Ah. I'm working on IMing you, but I'm not signed in, so I have to get. Why don't you email me? americasthirdparty@gmail.com. Email me about it. Oh, Mr. Bill. Sounds good. Can I turn on pro cams there? I don't think so, Shiny Puffy Coat. I'll look. I don't know. Yeah, I'm currently not pro. A photon checks into a hotel. The front desk man asks if he has any luggage. She says, "No, I'm traveling light." Oh, I like that. That was a good science joke. I think that's why David always tells me how to ban you all the time. David usually drives a, well, we both have a Honda Insight. Oh, this should be a wake-up call to America to start producing its own medical supplies instead of having China produce them. Well, David's is 20 years old and mine is 19 years old. Well, it's assuming that someone put a strike on our YouTube account. I know I have not had my kids do stretching before class. They do in PE, and they have PE class a couple times a week. David unbanned all an hour ago? Really? I should probably have some stretching. That would be good. People are fighting over rotten food on the coronavirus-stricken Grand Princess cruise. All of Italy is now on lockdown due to the coronavirus. A congressman that was exposed to the coronavirus shook Trump's hand and flew on Air Force One. I'm so glad that you finally realized that it was you. I bet there are surprising benefits for doing jigsaw puzzles. They exercise the left and right brain sides of your brain at once? Huh. They improve your short-term memory. It improves visual spatial reasoning. It's a great meditation tool and stress reliever. Great way to connect with family. Great for some needed alone time. You'll live better, longer, if you puzzle regularly. From brandpointcontent.com. I think I should get back into doing some puzzles. I have not done puzzles in since I met David. And I always remember thinking, I would like to get into doing some puzzles, but it's not David's things, but it doesn't matter if it's his thing. I can do it. Yes, that's true. I agree with this. 4 stupid things to do with your money when the stock market is tanking. Number 1, stop saving money. That's not a good idea. 2, sell off all your investments. That's not a good idea. 3, put off contributing to your 401k. That's not a good idea. Number 4, number 1 thing, spend beyond your means. No, that's not a good idea. I was thinking that I need to put in some money into my IRA. That would be good. I don't know, Trollance. This photon went into a black hole and that's the end of the joke. Ha. Huh. No, I never have been to a makeout party. Oh, that's interesting, Medroll. Remember Friday when we were having trouble with the internet? The internet had avoided a minor disaster last week. Ooh, this is a good one. I'm going to leave this up for David to read. A tiny back-end bug at Let's Encrypt almost broke millions of websites. A 5-day scramble ensured that it didn't. The tiny back-end bug. Ooh, that's very good. I have no idea. I've never really been to that type of party with David. A DC priest has coronavirus. He offered communion and shook hands with more than 500 worshipers last week. And on February 21st, 4th, all worshipers who visited the Christ Church in Georgetown must self-quarantine, and church is canceled for the first time since the 1800s. Wow. 500 worshipers. It's so funny. Yeah, never mind. That's rather interesting. You're quarantined voluntarily but have been told to stay home because of your problems. Yeah, I would think so. Flu. Oh, Japan may have to cancel the Olympics? Oh my goodness. Hello, Yada Telebenda. New York City. Trump's chief of staff has self-quarantined. CPAC attendees want to know, who is this mysterious mystery patient who tested positive? Washington Politico Daily Beast reporters sequestrate. Nursing home unable to test 65 workers with symptoms due to no testing kits. California restaurant takes temperatures before serving customers. The CDC says Americans over 60 should stock up and avoid crowds. And if you've already stocked up, don't go to a place to try to stock up. Just avoid the crowd. Americans over 60.
Yeah, everybody.
Stock up and avoid crowds.
I'm glad I'm not over 60. I'm turning 60 in about a month, so I'm really quite happy about that. Yeah.
Oh. A top virus doctor says high blood pressure is a major death risk.
Yes, it is. Bigger than the coronavirus.
An average of 5 days for symptoms to show.
This flu is mild if you don't die. Yeah, you're right. Well, I still believe that there's two variants to this, and I go by the geneticist I heard directly saying there were two variants, an S and an L, and the L is worse than the S. Yet our government hasn't even brought this information forward. Not one news story.
The Olympics, races, soccer, world football, basketball, all that, World Cup, all those. Yeah. This flu is mild, yes. If you don't die from it, then you get cured, and a week later you have it again.
I still believe there's two variants.
Medverell thinks that S is the original bad boy.
Well, they said the L was the bad one. It's worse than the S. If the S was military, then there's one that's worse. And that's my concern. That this is like a 1-2 punch for a lot of old people and even us.
Stop at a whammy. David is not a doctor. You should not be seeking medical advice from David.
I'm not providing any medical advice, just what news stories I've heard. Thank you. All right, I made you just a medley of vegetables and some cheese.
That's what I like.
Really nice cheese drizzled on top.
Medley of vegetables.
Yeah.
And
So
some
enjoy.
cheese.
It's warm. It's ready to go.
Okay.
There's other stuff like pizza too if you want later, but
Okay. Maybe
that's
I'll
if you're
do that.
hungry. All right, thank you so much. Great chat. I heard you having some fun in here. It was kind of nice to hear. Appreciate it. And at least you checked out the news, and Sarah gets her daily news dose and comes in the show and gives me a break while I make dinner. You're wondering if there's going to be involuntary quarantines like concentration camps? Yeah, that's what we all are wondering, Guest 516. Thanks for stating the obvious. No one wants to be carted away and sent to the FEMA camp. And we're worried about the Democrats because they all want to vaccinate everybody. They don't realize that the science behind vaccinations is ancient and there's all kinds of question marks attached to it. We all have flu protection. We have, I made my immunity rice dish last week. That was pretty good. Last Thursday. Yeah. So you can go to youtube.com/David John Sponheim, JON, and get my show. It's, pretty good. I jam-packed all kinds of great things into this one rice dish, which makes it very edible and full of nutrition. I got a rush from it. I'm not kidding. Have you ever had a really good fruit blender drink, and you drink it down and you just like this, whoa, energy rush? That's the kind of rush you get from that meal. Involuntary quarantine can be avoided, yes. No, I don't believe that. No, the news coverage helps people become aware. And the awareness helps people avoid each other. So we're already using the media at hand to make people aware of the need to stay 6 feet away from everybody. Please stop referring your medical problems here. We can't handle them. I'm so sorry. Yeah. So because you're at the point where self-quarantine is the best bit of info any one of us can get. And a mandatory self-quarantine enforced by law is what China's doing. Now that's partly why China claims that they have a success rate, is they run around, shooting people in the head that are near death, or putting them in incinerators while stacking body bags of living people. But I don't think we need to go to that extreme. And I think South Korea is a gleaming example of how just a modern approach to quarantining people is going well. Yeah. So South Korea should be our template, not China. I don't think police should go down the street and shoot people in the head. Thank you. My pick for VP at this point, Yetta, I don't really have one. Yeah, we're just kind of going with the flow. I think Joe needs a VP more than I do. You're drinking Jaeger now? What, are you really depressed? You realize you're not going to live very long, right, Zena? No, you don't have to have a beeper unit on your ankle to self-quarantine. It's just what you're doing to benefit yourself is to stay away from others. I mean, it's the perfect solution. You just become really uptight about being near others and touching people. So our whole culture is now becoming very uptight. I walked in a store recently in my area, and as you know, some people think Washington is the epicenter of this virus. And everyone looks at each other, it's like they see somebody coming, it's like, stay away. It's like, oh, stay away. So we all like 3 feet at minimum, but really 6 feet away, because there's all these micro droplets that come out of our mouth when we talk. And they're spraying in all different directions. They could have viruses in them. Thanks for voting for me. Yeah, I appreciate it. We were lucky enough to get about 48 rolls. So we got about 50 rolls of toilet paper, the big ones. But I'm already looking at eyeing the leaves in my backyard as possible, the drying area, to make sure that I have plenty of leaves that I can use in case of a toilet paper shortage, because it could go like 3 or 4 months of complete, absolute nightmare. We could even go well into the future. So I'm even looking at rocks. See, if you have a rock you could use, and you use a couple of rocks and you rinse them off and put them in the sun and then use them again. Smooth rocks. They can't be rough rock. It has to be like a smooth edge rock. Instead of toilet paper. Yeah. Just saying. Coronavirus evacuees in Alabama. What you need to know about the FEMA Anniston facility. Oh yeah, that's what I want to know. Sure, we want to be all very aware of what our local FEMA camp is doing. Sure, that's what I want to read about. Here's what the local Alabama Anniston facility is doing for their FEMA evacuees. There they are. Some 50,000 first responders train at the Anniston, Alabama-based Center for Domestic Preparedness each year. So these people are using dummies right now to go out into the field and be your personal security force around you, enforcing anything with stun guns, whatever it takes. Yeah, this is what they learn. The problem is none of these dummies here in the middle here, you see that's a dummy, they're just testing it out. None of these dummies actually are armed with 9mm. And multiple, magazine rounds. Yeah, so training for these people is kind of a fairyland. It's like, hey, you're going to be training with a bunch of dummies. But you look at trying to put people in, FEMA camps with the kind of armaments America has right now. Yeah, right, sure. Hey, it worked for Katrina. They got a lot of people to disarm, and they forced them into a camp-like environment at the Superdome. But if they tried that across the nation all at once, their effort would be pretty difficult. Let's just put it that way. Well, America is armed up. I mean, there's 460 million registered arms, let alone all the other ones, not to mention the bullets. I talk to people all the time. They say, yeah, Dave, I don't know if I have enough rounds. I only have like a 2,500. I was like, dude, you don't need 2,500 rounds to hold off, an attack on your home, unless it's going to last years, No, I'm not urging people to, go against their government issue, but I don't think the government would ever justify evacuating quarantine patients. And when I saw Donald Trump openly ignore the evacuation of a quarantine group at the Diamond Princess line, I knew that the guy was an idiot. But then I found out 3 days later that he didn't even know what was going on. He didn't even check the news. That Donald Trump didn't even care about what was happening with the Diamond Princess off the coast of Japan. And now the Princess Cruise off the Carnival cruise line off of Stockton or Oakland, California, is now slowly bringing people out of the ship into the city, and they got to find housing for 3,000 people in Stockton or in Oakland. Good luck. This is a mild virus that everyone's overreacting to because they believe that the death rate may be higher. Anyway, they're preparing for this type of an event. What is the Center for Domestic Preparedness? The 176-acre Center for Domestic Preparedness is located in Anniston, the former site of Fort McClellan, once home of the U.S. Army's Chemical Defense Training Facility. The CDP opened in 1998, originally under the management of the Department of Justice. When you see these people with all these, sticks up their butt, they're rocking around thinking that they own the world, the military jacks, you wonder, how they can possibly be sensitive enough to deal with a population of people that are simply storing up toilet paper. People are nice people. I mean, you got people right now going to Costco, putting their baskets in there and filling them up. Load them up. Yep. They let them in. Yep. Slow down. Slow down. You're hoarding too fast. Try to make the hoarding last. Think you have enough butt wipe. Try to store some more here. Hey, I don't know. They have years of experience. The gangs have not years, but the recklessness of doing whatever they want. So, listen, if you want order over chaos, best to just stay away from trafficked areas like this, because this could turn chaotic at any time. And I certainly hope that this type of panic buying will eventually trim off in the country. But forcing them to stop, yeah, there's three limit of 3 per person or per family or per card. 3 toilet bins of 24 rolls is your max. So, alrighty. Shower, head wash, yeah. A lot of people are just going to the bathroom and then taking a shower right after that, to avoid the butt wipe issue. Yeah, as long as you got running water, you're going to wipe yourself and rinse yourself anyway, right? I'm just saying. Just threw that idea out there in case I don't know what to do. I'm out of butt wipe. Can't get enough butt wipe. David, do you use the remove the glue so you hold a wig? This is not a wig, man. This is my real hair. You can't do that with a wig. This is all rooted. It's rooted in beauty. When I discovered that I had the perfect hair, it wasn't really a problem to adapt to your mentality, your human desires for perfection. Once I realized that I had to have perfect hair, my efforts became very clear. The secret to life was having perfect hair here on Earth. Well, I'm not trying to, force everybody into the shower after their daily deuce. I'm just saying you have other options, okay? Just saying, whatever. Okay, moving on. Not to panic. It's when you don't have any running water, then you have to panic. This guy was panicking recently. He's having a complete meltdown. He's got his Scottish bagpipes, burning propane or butane. He's got his air mask and hazmat suit on. He's on a unicycle, and he's got a can of spray, Lysol spray, and he's spraying the atmosphere. If that Lysol spray gets too close to those batons of fire, he could easily explode or implode. The Institute of Home Acquired Toilet Paper. There are some homemade substitutes for TP. Yeah, now that we're talking, get down and dirty, let's give it on. This is what I was alluding to earlier. Standard alternatives would be Kleenex, paper towels, baby wipes. Things found around the house, sponge, God forbid, but you never know. Outdoors, there's maple leaves. Mullein is very soft and feathery. Aster, cottonwood, hazelnut, thimbleberry, fuzzy lamb's ear, and grape. Grape leaves are big. I would think tobacco leaves would be okay, but you may get a little nicotine buzz around your butt area. I know. It was common to use newspapers and Sears Roebuck catalogs back in the 1930s. You bought 500 sheets from Amazon for $143. 196 rolls. Wow, you're really stocked up there, Max. Well, I'll tell that to Sarah. She should look on Amazon and have a free delivery of toilet paper to her front door. They may be running out of toilet paper soon. You never know. Cotton balls, yeah. Pine needles, they're really a type of leaf, and yes, they can be used. Granted, pine needles aren't the softest alternative, but they leave a fresh pine scent. Moss, yeah. Garden moss. Pine cones. Nah, you're scraping the barrel there. Hemp, yeah, hemp could really... Marijuana could be used to corn husks and cobs. Yeah, my father used corn cobs. They dried them out and put them right next to the outhouse out the farm. My dad grew up on a farm with no electricity when he was born, literally. And within his lifetime, he was watching videotapes and going on the internet. It was an amazing transformation. My father went from living on a farm off the Depression, literally with just a cistern and some running water with a pump. No electricity, no toilet. His whole life, he grew up that way. It was only until he got to high school that he actually had a hot shower. He had to share a hot bath with his sisters. And he hated that. So it was a really rough lifestyle he grew up in North Dakota. But within his lifetime, he had that full switch from no services at all the way to the top of the line, And he experienced the internet just like we did, I just gave him a sampling of it, though. He didn't really go on the internet, my father. He never really got an email sent to him. There are a lot of people still like that, believe it or not. I know people that are actually afraid to go on the computer. They're in their 60s and 70s, but they're afraid to actually get their email. I just don't do that, they tell me. I don't do the computer thing. So anyway, we're going to all learn what it's like to just survive because we're not going to be able to see each other up close and personal in group gatherings. And if the government were smart right now, we would just be stipulating that you can't really have any conventions like South by Southwest. But luckily, South by Southwest is not going to have any type of a gathering. They've canceled the whole event. The music festival is over. All the people in that region are going to be suffering financially. I listened to an NPR story today about how the people are looking for work, alternative work. This was supposed to be their bumper year for money. But no. Hey, Bobber. 9 seconds ago, Bobber arrived. Hello, Galen O. Sirac. They're doing great. Yeah, we never had a problem with polling. And we poll in the high numbers worldwide. Everyone wants me to be their president in America. Unfortunately, most people who are watching me oftentimes are not American. I grew up in the suburbia. I grew up in Los Angeles, Orange County area originally. So yeah, I really didn't have the rough life my dad did. He was also a Boy Scout, Eagle Scout. So he had a lot of natural skills that he used in the war when he fought 3 years of war in the Marines. So he taught me a lot, though. Yeah, when you learn from a Marine and an Eagle Scout how to survive, you really are getting the best possible training. I remember my early years, my dad, it was kind of tough, put me through a lot. I think the roughest thing I dealt with when I was a kid was surfing. 5 years old out there body surfing with my dad. And I could have easily drowned many times. I had some pretty rough scares there where the surf just crashes you into the sand dunes. Bolsa Chica, California has these rippling sand dunes. And if you surf there, and I didn't know this at the time, it just pounds you into the sand dunes like boom, boom. And I'd hit a sand dune and then I'd bounce right back up and then another sand dune. I wasn't even able to catch my breath. And I'm like 5 years old swimming in the roughest surf. My dad was right there, but he couldn't have saved me if I drowned. It would have been a nightmare. But that kind of, experience, rough and tumble kind of experience kind of gets you ready for, anything that comes at you. Well, I wouldn't surf now with all the crap in the ocean. I just don't trust, believe the ocean is still beautiful in some areas. It's great to look at, but I don't trust what's going on. I think we need to really work on cleaning the ocean. And I'm glad that Boyan Slats is making progress, inspiring engineers to develop things to get rid of plastic waste. Their most recent thing that they've got going is a way of clean up of 110,000 pounds of plastic a day. And this device they developed has solar panels on it, and it can put a boom in. It's perfect for rivers. And the boom traps the plastic and hauls it in like a conveyor belt. It's really an outstanding, and this cleanup should be able to get rid of 110,000 pounds of trash in rivers around the world. So this guy has really put together a fantastic program, and I would give him my full support as president. And I have a couple ideas I'd like to add to the mix that might very well make it extremely portable to move the plastic out of there. Yeah, could use a blimp. We could have a blimp pickup of the plastic waste. Dock with a blimp and then take the plastic waste back to land and where we could use it as oil again. No, I didn't run into Keanu Reeves, but I literally grew up in that time period in the 60s when everybody on the beach was like blonde, blue-eyed, except for a few people. And that's not that I'm not prejudiced against minorities. I find that it's now an interracial experience to go to the beach in California, but that's cool. I don't have a problem with that. But I was one of those really early ones that we were just coming out to Hollywood to, experience the world. My parents moved there just to experience what everyone was talking about. And sure, California in its heyday was incredible. You saw Keanu Reeves in Malibu, really? He seems like a really nice guy. Yeah, he has a really nice persona. I don't think he go wrong in any movie he stars in, other than, of course, that movie Neon Virgin, I think they call it. Yeah. No, that wasn't the name of it. It was Neon something. Let me see, Keanu Reeves. Yeah, it really wasn't a very good role for him. Neon Demon. Sorry, Neon Demon. Yeah, his role was more like a name on the banner. It wasn't just a horrible movie. Yeah, he played a motel owner, and he didn't have any. I don't know why an agent would even put him in that role. He's going to be in Matrix 4, though, I understand. Hey, so I took your mind off the coronavirus for a while. Isn't that great? We have other ways of getting rid of plastic pollution. These plastic chomping caterpillars can help fight pollution. This is another thing that's coming in the future. I believe we're going to be able to tackle this plastic waste problem. It's just going to take a huge, new, innovative group of industrialists who want to convert this plastic back into oil. Right now, there's no incentive because oil is so cheap. So really doing this is going to take a blazing effort just to save the environment. But developing things like this to get rid of plastic and break it down to the soil, that would be really easy to do. Now, according to this current study, testing failures allowed the coronavirus to sweep the U.S. Just as I thought the tests were never distributed properly, Mike Pence is a joke. He said there'd be 1 million test kits out there. They don't even know how to make a test kit. And I tend to believe at this point that there could be some layer of hoax to what's going on in America, because the strange thing is they're picking these people up out of nursing homes and cruise lines. They're captive audiences, and generally people get sick on board ships and could easily be labeled as having gotten the coronavirus, because the coronavirus has been around for years, decades. There's variations of it. So whether the tests show real coronavirus variants that we're dealing with from China, or they show any variant, that's a false reading, a false positive. My time in Venice was the early 80s, late 70s. Yeah, I lived in Venice, California. Tax on countries by their river plastic waste. I just don't believe that we should impose a tax to do this. Dave, I have $100,000 in the bank. Should I put some in the stock market now? You know, at this point, I still wait till the stock market bottoms out and then start buying when you see a strong upturn within say a 3-day period. But if you see an upturn and then buy and then drops again, like they did last week, they were just hooking people into the stock market, and they wasted a lot of money. Many people bought in thinking this is the time to buy, and then they're losing their stocks now. Oh, so Slats is saying it's $41 million. He's to be funded with $41 million. Okay, whatever. It seems like a drop in the bucket to deal with the plastic in the bucket. Thing is, the climate change experts that they claim to be experts are full of crap. Carbon is not the cause of weather changes in our environment right now. Carbon is not the source. It's clearly coming from heavy metals that are being dispersed in the skies above us. So while we're looking around at carbon and claiming that carbon's the bad thing, they've got a big diversion here to say, oh, nothing to see here, please disperse. No, there's nothing to worry about. Yeah, so you don't need to, when you see the chemtrails in the sky, they don't want you to think about that. They don't want you to know that they're putting canisters of these things on board planes, and they're all connected to a local area network, which triggers the release through nozzles on board planes. These are actual photographs of the canisters that hold these heavy metals and aerial hydrocarbons. They got rid of Freon, so now they're just dumping aerosols into the atmosphere. And believe it or not, their thinking is to basically, by time, convince you that pollution is the cause of your problems and all of our problems. And they're systematically changing the environment and modifying the weather under our toes. And yes, this technically is a conspiracy theory, but there's more than enough evidence to call this the fact and the truth, and I'll be talking about it again tomorrow on Truth Tuesday. But the simple fact is, and they won't admit this, weather modification is climate change, by definition. And if they're out there modifying the weather right now, what are they willing to do? If they want to dump a few odds and ends in the atmosphere, what's stopping them? What if they want to dump aerosol viruses on us and trigger another major disaster like the Spanish flu? They could be dumping this stuff on us right now. Yeah? We could all be getting it just breathing the air for all we know. That's why some people think it could even be the 5G network that's causing all the coronavirus deaths, because they're rolling out the 5G network in all the same cities that the coronavirus is popping up in. Same time, exact same time, they flipped the switch on the 5G network. We're getting all kinds of deaths. That's a little weird. But because they're not willing to do any testing on the human population for 5G, we don't know. We don't know what the cause of it is. But look at this simple fact that you're dealing with flus like this have been going on for centuries. But it always happens around the 20th year of a century. It's the strangest thing. It's every single time the 20th year comes along in a century, all of a sudden a major viral attack. Dun 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 dun. Keanu Reeves was in Point Break. Oh, okay. Right. Patrick Swayze, Keanu Reeves, you're so right. Yeah, that was a great movie. I believe I knew the guy who wrote that movie. Yeah, I believe I do. I met a guy who told me that script for Point Break verbatim synopsized it. He said he already sold the script for $25,000. I met him back in 1989. Yeah, he was a roommate of a friend of mine. I don't know. He sold like $25,000 for the script. But that was a great script. Really good, well made. And it fit the whole era of the beach scene that people loved. FAA proposes a second fine on Boeing over faulty slat tracks. Okay. Yeah, Boeing is facing nothing but problems. We're seeing problems galore. Yeah, the 737 MAX has been riddled with issues of forcing it to get approved ahead of time. $5.4 million settlement against Boeing they're proposing. Well, that's really nothing compared to the $320 million they're offering the victims of the two crashes. So it should absorb this fine. It should not be a big deal for Boeing. Oh, this is about tracks of metal determined to have been weakened during the manufacturing process by excessive presence of hydrogen in a condition known as hydrogen embrittlement. Oh, the quality control on their tracks in their construction. Faulty parts were at fault. So not only do they not handle 737 MAXs right, but they can't even produce their own metal alloys properly. Wow, this is a company that needs to be looked at. You worked out in LA around 87 to 2000 off and on. The 737 MAX is grounded, but the 737 is still a very strong plane. I think Boeing should go back to making the original 737 and just strike, like a retro thing. It's such a great plane that they would just be smart right now to retool back to the 737 straight up. That's my opinion. We have no doubt in my mind or I have no doubt in my mind, because I don't have there's no we in my mind. But I have no doubt in my mind that the 737 MAX has got critical design flaws. But I'm not an expert. What you want? Me. Take a little off the top, barber. Oh my gosh. Sandblaster. That's not the way to do hair there, Max. That could be very bad for you. The memo from Harvey Weinstein's lawyer is a roadmap for how accused predators stay in power. Really? Lisa Bloom. Testimony. In 2017, immediately after the New York Times published its first allegations against him, Harvey Weinstein was prepared to go on the offensive. Yeah, he did. He did a very good job of offending everybody. This reads like a dirtbag's handbook, a step-by-step guide for how people in power positions can quiet their accusers and carry on with their business. Well, yeah, he deployed the Black Cube, secret detective agency with Mossad agent history, to get dirt on all the women that he was allegedly doing. And then he just called them up and said, yeah, I know you were kind of, I'll tell everybody if you did that. I won't. Well, they tried converting to train travel over air travel. People didn't want to do it. They don't like sitting in an Amtrak. Amtrak's just abandoned some of their lines. They're sitting out in railway car areas. You could grab those seats and probably put them in a blimp. A lot of Amtraks are in disrepair. Why was Trump badgered at the press conference if he was tested for coronavirus? Trump is being badgered because they want somebody to blame right now. And because Donald Trump waited to late January to do this, Trump and all his cronies like Ted Cruz think that he waited the perfect amount of time. I was telling mid-January and early January that Trump needed to ban all international travel. He didn't do that. I was right all along from the very beginning. Had Trump listened to my advice early on instead of late January, we wouldn't have this problem, or at least it wouldn't be as bad, if indeed it is as bad. yeah, the price for Amtrak is way costlier. And the thing about my blimp plane idea is we'll be able to go from LA to New York for $100 per person. We're going to cut the cost of travel down significantly. Yeah, I'm not here to talk about the blimp plane, though. Every time I do, it's kind of a fantasy land, you know. I'm more concerned about the dangers of radiation stemming from the electromagnetic frequencies that we have in our current world that we live in. It's weird. I just turned something on. Huh. Oh, it's the wrong background. Sorry. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's this theory that we have all this electromagnetic radiation behind us. Body bags don't pay much. I think you can travel in a body bag for free, but hey, we got a death threat in the chat room. It happens all the time. I get 3 death threats a day, and you have been recorded. Your history in the chat is recorded. Your IP is recorded. The NSA will have copies of it, just so you know. And you will be probably thinking to yourself, well, you're on a VPN out of Singapore. Well, too bad. That VPN's run by the NSA as well. So we know who you are. I don't know. I don't work for the NSA, but they know who you are. All right? Thank you. Unbelievable. I mean, they just come at me every day. We get 3 death threats a day. They just can't handle having a person with my level of intelligence. I know they're canceling. They're going to do the CPAC thing. The Republicans want to go out there and touch each other's hands. Oh, I'm sorry. Was this causing mental problems? Okay, well, they don't seem to care about you when they hold their cell phones up against your head. So I don't want to warn you unnecessarily, but cell phones do contribute to brain cancer, in case you didn't know. Yeah, I hate to blow your bubble, but I'm not buying, no. And you're not allowed in the room. I don't know how you got back here. No, Trump Tardigan. Anyone disputing my IQ needs to go back to my website, davidsponheim.com, where I have an actual test posted. But yeah, it's very disturbing, isn't it, to look at all this crap? Well, that's exactly what your brain is saying, but it can't speak. Because if your brain could speak, it would be going, hey buddy, don't hit me with all these zappy electricity things. I don't want that. Google unlocks the prehistoric history of the Shawat Cave. Really? I think they meant shove it. It's pronounced shove it. The dawn of art. It is the dawn of the Shawat Cave. This is the beginning of art, mankind. Yeah, I could look at that later. Okay. I'll add the YouTube video too. That's kind of what I like to look at. I'm more into anthropology, actually, from an amateur perspective. Well, it's just so hard to believe we came from apes, you know? It just doesn't make sense. I'm more likely to believe that we're part of the celestial transplants. I'm not a believer in aliens, but I'm more than likely a believer that we may have encountered them historically. When you look at the when you look at the lines of straight lines all the way through South America, seen from a satellite, appear to be absolutely perfect lines in the sand. They're etched long distances across many different places. That's strange. How did we ever manage that? How did they have a straight line over 1,000 miles? Oh, there's a new video about Jared Kushner being a slumlord. That's good to know. Thanks, Fourfinger. Yeah, Trump is just a guy denying that it's even spreading. And 1% is about the most he says will hurt you. So he's trying to lower your fears. That's nice if we actually had good test kits out there. Otherwise, he can't really lower anybody's fears. This just came in. My kid, after I sent him back to bed for the third time in less than an hour. I know. It's that attitude Bernie has. It just screams constantly. I'm once again asking for a drink of water. Okay, wow. I don't know what that means, but I really don't care. But thank you. Yeah, I heard that Trump is pushing a payroll tax to shield the economy. That was my idea, by the way. So Trump is using one of my ideas now. I'm proposing a no-cap payroll tax, where we literally take, he wants the payroll tax cut. I actually don't want to cut the payroll tax. I want to pull the ceiling off of it. Right now, I think if you make $120,000, you pay a certain amount of payroll tax, and then after that, you have to pay more. Or you don't have to pay more. My plan would, you would have to pay more. Right now, you pay, if you make $500,000 a year, you pay for a $120,000 income. There would be no limit on it. You'd have to pay the commensurate amount based on that. So if he's looking for a tax cut, after giving $5.5 trillion in tax breaks to the rich and getting no taxes from companies like Amazon and Exxon, he's now proposing no tax on payroll. I mean, this is absurd. We've already tried to stimulate business, Donald. They didn't take your hook, line and sinker. They basically said, yeah, they're going to invest in other countries. They don't care about America. Trump doesn't have the insight to know what he's doing, let alone help the economy. He's overspent to raise the economy, but in the process, it's hurting us. You see, the rich people that got the 5.5 or will get the $5.5 trillion benefit of the tax cuts that the Republicans have put forth, that's going to cut our country off in money over the next 10 years. Meanwhile, these scumbags get all the money they want, milking off the government budget, and you Republicans stand there and go, Trump's a good man, he's helping America, and golly dang, they just want to attack him in the media, something bad. It's just because they think he's stopping the media's deep state. He's a anti-deep state guy. And they have all these mindless thoughts in their head. Yeah, Mark still censors us, big time. He gets money doing it. But the new Netflix movie called Dirty Money documentary hits out at slumlord Jared Kushner, a tier 1 predator. Now, this is why Donald likes Jared as his sole advisor. I mean, this guy, no wonder our economy's a disaster. This guy's pushing it, and all they've made money on is money off slums. They're slumlords. Their mentality is one of a predator, not a person who wants to build a business. I know, Fourfinger, they're just so out of it, the Trump supporters are. I've been saying all along, I mean, are they not aware that they're committing an act of treason by supporting Trump? Trump is a clear traitor to this country. And colluding with Russia, privately making phone calls, I mean, this is insane. And they continue to allow that? Not one bit of oversight by Donald Trump. You know that Jared Kushner in 2016, right before the election, he actually reached out to the Kremlin secretly to get a secret connection where you could have a constant call into the Kremlin privately. This was before the election. And we know that because the NSA was listening to chatter from a couple of diplomats, Russian diplomats. And the chatter said that Kushner had reached out to them and that they were talking to the Russians in Moscow, and they said, we don't understand why this man needs secret interview with us, the Kremlin, but Mr. Kushner wants this. And the NSA heard this transmission. Yet no one in the Mueller report even knew about it, and Mueller himself, when asked about it, did not even know. It's just unbelievable. His dad got a private cell phone, yeah. Well, it's on Netflix. Trump administration is not denying it. Trump wants to just, this is his philosophy, and it's kind of the philosophy of shark in the water. Think of it this way. Any true statement is like food that they need to eat and suppress. So if a true statement comes out there's one option, is just bite it and get ahead of it and come up with a statement saying, it's all fake news, it's all a lie. All that's just fake news. It's another fake fraud. Everything's a fake. It's all a scam. Every time he uses that, invokes that tool, he shuts down any inquiry by the Republicans. Republicans, they believe they've got one thing blinking in their idea, in their mind, is that it's all fake news. That's the one thing that's going on in their head. Whereas you Democrats are looking at all the specific little things that are happening left and right, and you're going, this guy's guilty. He's committing felonies left and right. Republicans can't see that because all they have is that blinking light saying it's all fake news. And they're not going to talk about this. Neither party will admit this. What is weather modification? It's what they do behind the scenes. It's what they've been doing in the skies above us for years. It's how they manage the weather that we have today. They would argue that they're doing it because they want to help prevent the ozone depletion in the ozone layer. Their argument is that they're going to spray this stuff in the air. There's the chemtrail button right there on the plane. They're going to spray this stuff on the air. Somehow it'll protect us. It'll give us a kind of a fake ozone layer. They really believe this. By simply dumping chemicals in the atmosphere, we are literally somehow filling up that big ozone hole. And you want to know something really weird? It's true, we are. We're filling up the ozone hole with carcinogens, aromatic hydrocarbons that are also eroding the remaining ozone. So literally, we won't have an ozone layer someday. We'll just be a layer of pollution so bad that it will affect the climate. And it will change everything that we have, even cause major shifts in water and heat and temperature in the ocean, and even possibly release even worse gases that are sitting inert at the base of the ocean right now. If the oceans heat up 2 or 3 degrees, methylene will become bubbling up and poison all of us. So in a way, by sitting here doing nothing relative to the reality that we're being sprayed, the two parties are pushing us closer to the death of the planet than ever before. Good night, Max. Little cowbell for the road. Okay, let me get the cowbell queued up here. You know, I crack up when I see people come in the room saying, you've been doing this for 10 years, 12 years, and you're not getting anywhere. You aren't listening. Yeah, I've been doing this for 12 years, and I've been getting places all over the world. People know who I am. All right, so as they continue to dump chemicals in the air, good night. As they continue to dump chemicals in the air, they're making a fake ozone layer. And the Democrats actually think that's a good thing. Remember, the Democrats are the ones that said, oh, you're a bunch of whack jobs. They would never spray us. But they're the ones that want to spray the skies with stratospheric aerosol ejection to somehow block the sun. They're that stupid. Not only are they the ones calling you a conspiracy theorist for believing they're spraying you, but they're the ones saying that we should spray people. We should be spraying. That's what they believe. All right. Now, because Trump can't possibly sue me for anything, because all I do is talk about him in a pejorative sense, I'm not making up stories about him that aren't true. He did get a good amount of support from Russia. The Mueller report is filled with all kinds of confirming evidence that Donald Trump had involvement with the Russians prior to the election, and they did rig it in his favor, and he knew that. So there's no slander involved with a public official anyway. You could be charged with slandering me because I'm not known in the U.S., but I can't be charged with slander against Donald Trump because he's well known and gets all kinds of free press, and anything I say about him I can back up with truth. So if it's true about him, what he's doing, and how he's lying, then it's not slander. Yeah. The reality is I'm taking the 2 days that I had videos from some guy calling up, and I'm re-editing a new video. A combined 2-day video. I'm working on that as a side project because some guy called up and left a racist slur on there that cost me a strike on YouTube. It means our live show is cut off till May 25th. Yeah, that was called gang stalking when they purposely do that. Mike Pence sucker punched the coronavirus, really? I don't think Mike Pence has the balls to do anything. He's such a worm. He sits there and he's afraid to say anything for fear it will cause, someone to think that he's not a conservative, God-fearing Christian. The guy's so unloose, it's not even funny. I mean, he's the tightest, most uptight person I've ever seen in my life. We did a blackface show. Yeah, I did an entire blackface show. You should go check it out. I've got 3 or 4 hours of great entertainment for you to watch. Okay? I did blackface too. I did pull the original blackface videos off the air because YouTube gave me a strike back in the old day. Yeah, you're not going to see it here. You're going to see it over here. I'm going to give you the link. Go to the bottom of this website, YouTube, and click that if you're 18 or over. Because now they made it 18 or over to watch the blackface video. But to go to I have 100 recipes you got to get through, but go to the bottom of that site at the beginning and you'll see it. There's a whole bunch of them. They're really funny. And they're very cool. It was a good impersonation of Barack Obama back in 2014. But I did one back in 2009 too. Yeah, Derry King, you're not really winning any points here. Yes, somebody did say the N-word in my live channel. Yes, it's true. I couldn't control it. But I've heard that as well. But the kind of racial slurs that they're going on in a live show really make it impossible for us to take live calls. Because when somebody acts like they've got a regular call going on, and I open the call and say, yeah, and then all of a sudden they start using bad words. It's a type of gang stalking that's been going on here. You know, most of the stuff that I cook on dinners that I make on our show, and this is the link if you need it, most of the dinners I make are really healthy. They're full of natural nutrition. All kinds of good stuff. And in the process, you have to realize that I'm leaning away from anything with pesticides and herbicides. I'm one of the few people that actually cook online that don't actually use as many herbicides and pesticides. I use organic food mostly and non-GMO food. So I'm steering people away from cooking with bad products, which makes my food even more appealing on many levels. And it's discounted. A lot of food that I buy, I look for various values, and I teach people how to get really good quality food for less. And in the process, they're not only saving money, but they're eating better, and they're losing weight. Max has lost 35 pounds. He claimed, the guy was just in here at iBlog. Yeah, there are a lot of people who are totally here just to, chat with people. We provide a chat venue for people. It's not like they support me necessarily. I realize that. So Dirty Money, I'll have to check that movie out. That'll be good. So Trump floating a payroll tax when he didn't even make a comment about this, the worst stock market day in the history of America. That's bizarre. Trump should have made a statement. I would have stepped out and said, nothing to panic about, but apparently he's been saying that all along and it's not working. Thanks, 35 minutes ago. That's cool. Something went wrong. So the Washington nursing home where the coronavirus outbreak occurred reported shocking escalation from no symptoms to death. And this is the part that really bothers me and makes me think that this is a psyops. Okay? The people that all of a sudden died in Washington were all near death anyway and all had pneumonia, whereas most of the people in China don't have pneumonia when they die. One of the cremation units said that they had 127 victims, only 8% of them had pneumonia. So not everybody died of pneumonia in China, but here everybody's dying of pneumonia, and they're all in a hospital already dying of pneumonia. I think Trump should put his branding on that stock market. Trump should say, I want everyone to calm down. I want everyone to think that everything's going very well and everyone's going to be very successful like I am, having taken out debts with Russia for years and owed millions and billions of dollars. You too can be successful. But anyway, more on the nursing home. The epicenter of Washington State's coronavirus outbreak is a disturbing status update. Life Care's center of Kirkland outside Seattle has seen 15 of its residents die after contracting the COVID-19, and dozens of its workers have fallen ill. The center's remaining 55 residents are going to be tested for the virus, and while only 6 of them are currently sick, that doesn't necessarily mean good news, according to the New York Times. They say that Life Care has seen some residents go from no symptoms to death in just a matter of hours. It was surprising and shocking to us that we've seen this level of escalation from symptoms to death, said Tim Killian. Quite a name for a guy involved with death. Killian, a spokesperson for the nursing home. Yeah, I trust Tim Killian with my elderly care. Yeah, it's like, yeah, my elder care advisor, the Grim Reaper, is helping me. Anyway, he said that efforts to contain the spread from Life Center aren't going well either, seeing as 70 of the center's 180 workers were out sick as Sunday. There weren't enough test kits yet for them, still, as of yesterday. This is exactly what we're dealing with here. 3 of those workers had been hospitalized, and one of them tested positive for COVID-19. It's important to note, Washington State has reported just 3 deaths from the new coronavirus that weren't tied to the nursing home. That's a huge statement right there. See that? That makes me think that there's a variant in the nursing home that's far worse. No, my diet's solid. Thank you. But isn't that interesting? This is the best information I've found yet. Only 3 people have died outside of that nursing home. Anyway, stronger variant at the nursing home. I found out that, and Sarah was telling me this. Yeah, your elderly advisor named Kevorkian is pushing for a suicide. No, that's terrible. I wouldn't go with that route. No. He passed away, luckily. I don't know if anyone assisted him in his suicide. Anyway, there's a strong piece of evidence, Sarah was saying, that the doors were open to this nursing home. The people were claiming in social chat that they could go in and visit their family members and no one greeted them at the door to give them a mask or anything. And this is after they found out it was already viral, like 2 days later. So our government and the Seattle people at the CDC didn't mobilize a team to block the doors of the entire, and the place wasn't even quarantined. So for 3 or 4 days after they claimed it was the epicenter, people were going in to visit their family members without anyone asking them, sir, you might want to wear a mask. That's the kind of stupidity and incompetence going on in Washington State right now. Ted Cruz is self-quarantining, yes. It could be a ruse to get into his safety bunker. You're right. Yeah, he does like his safety bunker. Yeah, isn't that unbelievable? I heard it from Sarah, and if Sarah says it, it's got to be true. She's always been very accurate with that. Yeah. She heard it from eyewitness testimony of people on social networks. So nobody's really checking the most virulent section in the Washington State center of this epicenter of this virus. So this is a massive case of freaking out, all the way up to the stock market. And now OPEC responding, freaking out. Yeah, you make a really good blend. You use tea tree oil. Soulchild's making your own hand gel. Tea tree oil, by the way, is a very natural disinfectant. One of the strongest, most powerful smelling things out there. They use it for fungus, for like skin fungal disorders. Tea tree oil. But that's one of the best disinfectants you could probably, in the natural spectrum, you could probably use. They're going to say nothing's wrong with it. Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's a lot of victims on this Princess Cruise line that's docked in Oakland, California. How the U.S. covered up Purell sanitizer truth via coronavirus hoax.
Guys, I'm going to show you real quick. Today's Monday, March 9th, 2020. I'm going to show you how real quick the New World Order works. Okay? The coronavirus, all this shit. And you people are fucking ultimately stupid, dousing themselves with chemicals, breathing in more chemicals, killing your immune systems, dousing your skins. Now let me show you something. All right? Because right at the end of January, the U.S. FDA issued a warning letter to the Purell parent company to stop making outrageous claims, okay, that their shit works. And we've known this for years.
Wow.
Okay? But Americans are the most ignorant, unhealthy, fat motherfuckers.
If this guy could just stop using the F word, that'd be great. I'll play this at the end of the show. Why is it people who want to reveal the truth always resort to using the F word? I have never used the F word in my entire life on screen. I have used it in my life, but I admit that. But I've never used it on screen. But I appreciate that link. Thank you. I'll play it later. I know his concern is real, and that's why he's saying it, because he's angry. This is Bear Exposed, the company, Bear.
We appreciate you being on tonight.
Thanks for the invitation, Joe.
Okay, let's talk about the rat of the week. Why is Bayer Corporation the rat of the week?
Internal documents show that after this company positively, absolutely knew that they had a medication that was infected with the AIDS virus, they took the product off the market in the U.S. and then they dumped it in France, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. The medicine's called Factorate. It was an injection medicine that was used for hemophiliacs, mostly children. Children had been born with an incurable disease.
Hold on, Mike. So, hold on. So you're telling me that Bayer knew that this drug was infected with the AIDS virus. They yanked it from the market in America, and then they dumped it in markets overseas?
Wow. That'll be coming up tonight. Whew. Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, if that's true, that allegation, and it does seem like something Bayer would do. Yeah. Everyone remembers Pat Buchanan's wife. Right. Not his new wife. Not Babe Buchanan. Yeah, I believe it was Baby. No, it was not. No, excuse me. It was not Pat Buchanan's wife. Bob Dole's. It was Elizabeth Dole. Thank you. Elizabeth Dole was in charge of the Red Cross for a while. She's still alive, but she actually oversaw the contamination of the blood supply. The contamination of the blood supply during her tenure as leading the Red Cross, and killed 364 hemophiliacs when the blood supply was contaminated with AIDS. Yeah. They used to take AIDS donations from people dying of AIDS. I've heard people back during her time, or her tenure as in charge of the Red Cross, they would take hepatitis B and C and all kinds of people donating blood to get money. And they'd frequently use that money, that blood from Skid Row people in the blood supply. I mean, that's just gross incompetence and neglect. And that's been happening for years as well. I don't trust Red Cross. They sell the blood, yeah, but I just don't trust their operation. I will definitely review it as president, I assure you. There's something fishy about it. I don't think Trump's addiction to sex is really relevant to the conversation. I love fries. Okay, forced vaccines are being refused by nurses in New York.
And as long as I've been on this planet, I don't think I've seen anything like this before.
Some New York hospital workers are fighting back,
It's very disconcerting to me.
refusing to take the seasonal flu or the H1N1 vaccine mandated by the New York State Health Department for healthcare workers statewide.
It reminds me of the 1976 swine flu pandemic that was out. They did that. They created such a panic that people rushed to get these vaccines, and over 4,000 people became disabled in one way or another from those vaccines.
Because getting the shot is not 100% guarantee that you will get the flu.
Even if long-term problems are unlikely, they worry about the vaccine safety. They say the vaccine hasn't been properly tested. They wonder why it's required in New York but not by other states. That the only exemption is medical, meaning religious or philosophical differences don't count.
I will lose my job because I am not going to get it.
I'll be out of the job. Or I'll move to a different state and they'll can me because I won't get the shot.
All of this begging the question, is it legal for the state to require healthcare workers to get the vaccine? We spoke with legal expert Paul Darrow-Hennessian.
It's going to be very difficult to challenge the health department's authority to have this type of regulation where they have to get vaccines.
In an open letter to healthcare workers, the health commissioner said, quote, questions about safety and claims of personal preference are understandable, given the outstanding efficacy and safety record of approved influenza vaccines. Our overriding concern, then, as healthcare workers, should be the interests of our patients, not our own sensibilities about mandates. On this, the facts are very clear. The welfare of patients is best served by the very high rates of staff immunity that can only be achieved with mandatory influenza vaccination, not the 40 to 50% rates of staff immunization historically achieved with even the most vigorous of voluntary programs. These workers say they'll be protesting at the state capitol on Tuesday as they're left with the choice, keep their jobs and get the shots, or be out of work just before Christmas.
For me, this is an infringement upon my basic human rights, my civil rights. I have the option to say what goes in my body.
In Albany, I'm Steve Ferentz.
Thanks, Steve. I absolutely agree. Your Fourth Amendment rights to privacy are being invaded when they stick a needle in your body. I mean, nothing more private than your body. And in a way, vaccination is worse than rape. Yeah, believe it or not. If they happen to have a contaminated needle that happens to enter you, you're done. Your life is over. If somebody's raped, chances are they may live. Yeah. If they're investing a huge amount of money into mercury, thimerosal, which they are, and they want to stick it in you because they have a lot of money invested in these vaccines, that's their problem, not ours. All this was caused by Barack Obama in the early days of the, I guess it was when he was a U.S. Senator. He started working with Jim Talent, and they worked on a $24 billion program to create vaccines for the avian flu virus. Somebody was questioning Donald Trump's ethics, and I just want to say this. Donald is a he's now following protocols of touching women in the proper area around the shoulders. Yeah, so he's really a lot better than he was when he allegedly had a sex act with Stormy Daniels, as well as 8 months with Karen McDougal. So he is making progress, all right? It is difficult for him because, as you know, Donald has a tremendous amount of sexual appetite. And we know this based on his actions, wanting to touch women in the private parts. And he's taken it to a whole other level, basically. In fact, this is a sign of a person who's almost orgasmic in their love of touching women. But you can see how he's kept it under control. It's like you can hardly tell he's enjoying it in such a way that he'd be having an orgasm, but it's pretty obvious. He's oh, it's so good. Oh, I love your shoulders. Oh, sorry. So I think he's made some progress. Yeah. Congratulations, Donald. You're doing the right thing. Shoulders are okay. Dave, just wanted to update you. My contact in D.C. says it's well-established news that Trump is feeling ill with flu-like symptoms. Bummer. Digital Mail, thank you for saying that. I kind of felt that there was a problem because he was reaching out and touching hands because he thinks this is all fake news. And I thought I was siding on the side of just caution, be cautious. And I've been saying that to everybody. Keep 6 feet away from everybody around you. But Trump wasn't, and he was shaking hands anyway, acting like, oh, this is all fake news, 1%, that's all. And he even said he knows everything about the flu. He's on record saying it recently. Let me show you my tweet. And there was Twitter, faster than news. Tulsi, yeah, but Tulsi's not really we're not really sure what Tulsi is. We're not sure if Tulsi's a transgender or anything at this point. I like the fact that Tulsi's still running, and I commend her for that. And if she'd like to reach out to me, I'd be more than willing to talk to her about working together. Even though she's obviously supportive of Antifa, which I completely can't possibly handle. David, are you going to listen to a man who argues for banning you out of everything, cancel culture, simply because they don't want mad scientists pumping your blood full of poisons? I don't know, Final Dream. Tulsi's for reparations. Yeah, I could never, ever hang with Tulsi on reparations. Tom Steyer was for reparations. I mean, I just can't imagine reparations for anybody at this point. But yeah. So I did a little tweeting today. I do that in the morning. Dow crashes 2,000 points. That was during the crash. I predicted this in 1978. At least I have a plan. Hybrid capitalism for the win. Anyway, I was tweeting against Andrew Yang. I went right after him, saying, you took my universal basic income idea and doubled it. How is that a success? You failed on the simplest concept. I hope your depression doesn't return when your $4 million in donations disappears. He got $4 million in donations, And I wrote, Michael Bloomberg is clogging my mailbox with garbage. I doubt his money means anything after he dropped out of the race. After the Dow Jones collapses, his net worth will be immeasurable. He talks about old stuff about Michael Bloomberg. Anyway, moving on. Amazing Polly, I had a conversation with her. At least I'm talking to her. She may not talk to me. People were ragging on Biden. I said, for starters, Biden wasn't impeached. Biden hasn't committed any prosecutable offenses. Trump has felony charges awaiting him. Wake up, Trumpers. Because as you know, I'm more than likely, I'm not endorsing Biden, but I believe that he's the best Democrat of the Democrats to run against Trump. Yeah. All right. I guess I couldn't find that tweet after all. Well, I don't think we need to pay anybody reparations for something that happened to their great-great-great-grandparents. No, we've given people ample supply of money, college tuition to people that didn't even qualify, like Barack Obama, who got money even though he had a B- average. He still got money to go to college, whereas I, with an A+ average, was given nothing. Okay, here's a meme about the fear that's being promoted in the media. What can we do to stop living in fear? Click. Just turn the media off. But as soon as I woke up, I immediately put on my headphones and listened to NPR radio and telling me the stock market was crashing. It's addictive. Just watching the news is addictive. You guys wouldn't even be here if this wasn't, interesting. No comment. It was crashing, yeah. But it's nice to know that people are, blaming it on OPEC, not just the coronavirus. That's nice to know. But it is kind of panic time in Italy. A lot of people don't want to, be quarantined. Our top infectious disease guy has made a statement that is very disturbing. Let me see if I can pull that up. Oh, I'm sorry, this is different. This is an Iran story. Per local reports, many Iranian doctors are misinformed on the coronavirus. Medical staff do not understand the severity of it. Testing availability is scarce. The medical personnel at Combs Hospital, the infectious disease department where the 2 patients have died. So they're still playing catch up with what's going on here. I was looking for a meme on infectious disease. Let me just see if I can find it. Infectious Disease Center says. No, that's not it. I should have bookmarked it. Yeah, but one of our top infectious disease experts has warned that there may be quarantining in America. Like states could be blocked from other states. That's a possibility. But I don't have that story right now. So let's not freak out about that. But if anything, that's part of a PSYOPs too. Zeno, don't keep asking the same question over again. I'm not going to answer it. Vaccines aren't here to protect you or other people. I'm going to mute you. Vaccines are here to inoculate you. Their primary goal is to inoculate you.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Thank you for that expert testimony from Larry Sinclair on the fact that he had smoked crack with Barack Obama in 1999 and performed oral sex on him. Should have gone into the public record at a time when Obama was running, but no one would cover the story. I'm glad I was able to help you. I could believe him. Yeah, he passed a 99% test, 99% accuracy on his test. You know, it's how hard it is to get a 99% accuracy on a lie detector test. And the only reason why he had any deviation is because they had the wrong arm. Larry Sinclair was definitely... You like my tie? I have to sell my tie to everybody. Yeah, Larry Sinclair was definitely trying to warn everybody about Barack Obama's crack use. Have you seen Obama lately? He looks like he's got AIDS. Yeah, I'm not an expert, but he's all withered and gray and, oh man, it's weird. Check it out. Now, mind you, he's 2 years younger than me. I mean, isn't that weird? I think he should stop hitting the crack pipe. He doesn't look good, man. Oh, the tie's cool. Isn't that cool? Yeah, it's a Rivellino. Rivellino from Italy. It was made pre-coronavirus in Italy, one of the finest ties in the world. Elon Musk actually says something that people believe. But isn't that, he looks like he's just getting old or something. I don't know. Elon's coming. The coronavirus panic is dumb. Yeah, I agree. Especially when you're losing lots of money on your stock. Yeah, of course the coronavirus is dumb. So Elon Musk tweets this, and he gets 340,000 people to retweet it. 39,000 people respond. I tweet something, and I'm lucky to get a response. Well, let's see what Tesla stock has done. Oh, wow. Down $95 today. Yeah, this is kind of dumb, isn't it? Yeah, it sure is. As the trajectory of his stock is diving. Yeah, this coronavirus panic is just dumb. And he's losing money hand over fist. Look at that. Up, 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 and down, and down, 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 down. So, yeah, he's a little pissed off. Sour grapes is more like it. Well, let's be clear. At least he could always convert back to a crackhead and, you know, bury his woes in his crack pipe, because, of course, Elon uses crack to stay awake. That's what he wrote about it. You know, Altar Boy, he says it's a great time to buy stocks. I don't know. Willie, stick to the politics or don't come in here. No, don't sell me toilet paper, and please don't hawk toilet paper in the room. Thank you. Well, let's be clear. What the heck is this? The 9 worst stocks to buy right now. Okay, here's at least a profile of what not to buy. Okay, Intel. Don't buy Intel. I don't know. Ventus. Yeah. HB Hunt Transport Services. Wasn't that one of the things that Berkshire was all about? Cognizant Technology Solutions. People aren't too cognizant of any technology anymore. Rockwell Automation. Comerica. Kraft Heinz. Wells Fargo. Yeah, they're crippled with debt. Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not big on stock tips, but I don't know. Maybe you're buying really low. Wait till it hits skids where it bottoms out. Why is the media avoiding this subject? You know, not one person has said that the Dow Jones dropping 2,013 points. Not one person has said that the Dow Jones is a hoax. Have you noticed that? There's not one person saying the Dow Jones average is a hoax. It's amazing. I know we heard about your grandpa, but you keep repeating that. I told you not to repeat messaging here. David, why are you being such a crank tonight? Because you keep attacking me personally, and I'm asking you to get political. Don't keep talking about it. And don't sell N95 masks for $5,000 at all. Bengalitis said he's selling his 2 N95 masks for $5,000 each. You're hilarious.
A topic that hasn't got much coverage in the media lately. It's this coronavirus thing. I've got this article from the Daily Star. Coronavirus conspiracy theory as villain in 2017 comic book named after disease. The original comic was set in ancient Italy and released 2 years before the Chinese city of Wuhan reported its first case of the new coronavirus strain in December. Some of you might have heard that Italy is like second to China with supposed people being victims of this coronavirus. Like I said, I'm not sure if you've heard anything about the coronavirus, but apparently there's this virus that's broken out late December. And yeah, I'm not too sure myself whether it's going to be a pandemic, whatever, but let's just read on here. Coronavirus Italian towns placed in lockdown amid virus fears. Wow. It must be pretty bad. But hey, a character in a popular comic book was named after the coronavirus. So they knew all about it 3 years ago.
Yeah.
3 years before it says the deadly Wuhan outbreak.
Yeah, and there's that reference to Wuhan 400. Yeah. Wuhan 400. The perfect weapon. The book goes on to claim that Wuhan 400 is the perfect weapon as it cannot survive outside a host for more than a minute. There was a whole book in the early 80s about Wuhan 400, it was called. It was a coronavirus, because coronaviruses have been around for a long, long time. So anybody could have a false reading on a coronavirus. Like I said, I think the number of people that died in Washington were just people that died of pneumonia anyway from a corona-type original disease. No coincidence. Shock claimed coronavirus entered U.S. after Wuhan lab scientists defected. Oh, this is the story I was looking for, yeah. This is not the story I was thinking of. A rogue scientist defected from China, according to outrageous claim online.
Go through the logic here.
Should we carry on going on holiday as normal?
Well, so I've been doing a lot of thinking about this. I talked last week about travel insurance and what the key trigger points are there.
Okay, the deadly virus known COVID-19 has now affected 95,500 at that point, killing 3,286. A mortality rate officially higher than the seasonal flu at 3.4%. Yesterday, UK saw the biggest rise in cases, jumping to 87 confirmed patients, a rise in 36 individuals in just one day as the infection begins spreading freely in the country. The number of new daily cases reported outside China has now exceeded the number of infections announced within the country. This quarantine of a second cruise ship. U.S. Senator Tom Cotton came under fire earlier this month after suggesting the virus was a biological weapon released on purpose. But conspiracy theorists online think a book published in 1981 may just prove that. Written by Dean Koontz, The Eyes of Darkness is a story about a mother who discovers her son Danny is being kept in a military facility after being infected with a man-made microorganism called Wuhan 400. It was around then that the Chinese scientist Li Chen defected to the U.S., carrying a diskette record of China's most important and dangerous new biological weapons in a decade. So he defected back in the 1980s, this Chinese guy. And some are claiming the coronavirus is a biological weapon. I'm claiming it, yeah. That's because I saw a top geneticist claim that there were 4 markers that were identical to the AIDS virus, which they know is man-made. So our government's not willing to even admit that. It goes on, the book claims that the perfect weapon is it cannot survive outside a host for more than a minute. It adds that Wuhan 400 is the perfect weapon. Well, this particular virus can withstand 5 days, according to experts. It has 5 layers of protein around it that can prevent it from dying, or they're dead already, but from becoming dangerous. They have like a layer around them. That's the theory. So this is even worse than that. Cannibal killer eating humans? You really think we should go there? Okay, as if life couldn't get any worse. A cannibal killer is slaughtered and ate 23 pizza delivery men, 6 Jehovah's Witnesses, and 2 postmen in the past 7 years. I don't make this up. This is Houston police have arrested a man believed to be behind the disappearance of no less than 31 persons this past decade. Ivan Fedorovich Yanukovych, 56, could be linked to a number of mysterious disappearances in the area, according to officials. He was interrogated by police officers after neighbors complained about him using a chainsaw late at night and reported the man being covered in blood. Yanukovych was interrogated by police. Yeah. The police arrived on the scene. He was found butchering a dead body in his garage and preparing for what police officers described as large quantities of ground meat, mixed in with an aromatic blend of spices. The suspect admitted to preying on unsuspecting delivery men from local restaurants, several postmen, and even a number of Jehovah's Witnesses. Executive Assistant Chief Buchanan from the Houston Police Department says officials seized over 700 pounds of unidentified meat, presumed to be human in origin. And according to some, this man was in charge of organizing their yearly spaghetti dinner fundraiser for the past 5 years and was a key player in the community. They are in utter disbelief. I'm in utter disbelief. I'm reading this story. And this one person from the local Jehovah's Witness chapter said that he's relieved that members of our local chapter can now feel safe. He faces a maximum prison sentence of 2,675 years in jail. I'm in a state of shock. I just don't get this guy to work in the kitchen at the prison. Wow. Can you believe the level of evil we just looked at? I'm in a state of shock. But it's really nothing. It sounds like John Wayne Gacy, but with cannibalism, I know. But it's really nothing compared to the genocidal attack that's going on around the world right now against people with this bioweapon. Far more people have died from genocide due to the bioweapon than this guy killed and ate. Unbelievable. So somebody came in here earlier and said that it's commonly known in the Beltway that Trump is experiencing flu-like symptoms right now. Huh. I can't confirm or deny that statement. Yes, Corona was man-made to kill old people and ill who are not productive. That's right. It's designed to kill off anybody who sits around on their ass and watches Netflix like me. Yeah. They're specifically targeting anybody who likes video on demand. Yeah, I believe that. So the longer I sit in my room watching Netflix and chilling, the less I'm likely to get it, right? So if you take that to the ultimate, you just stay in your house and never leave your house and just watch Netflix and chill, whatever that means, because there's a whole urban myth about that, then you're okay. Yeah, I've never had a gut. Okay, let's take a look here. Geneticist. Genetic analysis suggests the coronavirus infections are doubling every 6 days and spreading to hundreds of people. This is one genetics analysis of what's going on. So if China is experiencing a reduction in the number of people infected or survival getting better, which they claim, which I don't believe, South Korea is saying that they're seeing a reduction in the number of people identified with corona. It could be the testing kits that they've distributed are working, whereas we don't have good test kits here in the U.S. because Mike Pence is involved, and he's like negotiating with a board of wood. It's like a wooden Indian. In fact, wooden Indian looks more passionate than Mike Pence, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way because a lot of wooden Indians are icons of Native American history and lore. But Mike Pence, let's take a look. If this wooden Indian looks more interesting than Mike Pence. I think the wooden Indian definitely is more interesting. Here's Mike Pence pondering why Donald Trump is so tall. But you see how similar his face is to this wooden Indian? It's weird. It's just almost bizarre. South Korea is testing at a rate faster than the spread. Yeah, and I agree with you. I normally don't, especially when you try to, endorse vaccinations here. But I agree with slow modes on this one. You're watching this from above? Well, anyways, this is pretty much an accurate assessment of how it will spread. So far, 18 cases have been confirmed in Western Washington. That was a couple days ago. Now it's spread to, 60? I think that's a fairly good assessment of its rate of speed. A low pressure system is spinning over the Pacific to the southwest. Widespread moderate to heavy rainfall should reach Southern California overnight. Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we see actual Southern California getting rain. Because whenever we see these patterns, it changes, usually. And they're only allowing a couple of rainstorms in LA per year. This may be one of them. You may get rain down there in California. Yeah, I'm still looking for that. Wherever I go, I'm at risk. So whenever I go out to do some shopping, I have to stay 6 feet away from everybody. Everybody has to stay 6 feet. Even if where you are in your area, you should all stay 6 feet away from everybody. The only way we're going to stop this in America, because we don't have a regimented society where, like South Korea, the only way we can stop this is if all of us participate in this individual self-containment or a self-quarantine if we get sick. Okay? So if any of you get sick, you can't work on it. You have to stay at home, even if it's a common cold. Just to be on the safe side. Okay. Losers on the pandemic. World Bank. Pandemic bonds mature in July. Investors lose $500 million if a pandemic is declared. Oh, okay. Yeah. Investors are set to cash in on hundreds of millions of dollars in massive payouts from the World Bank if there is no global pandemic declared before July. So some people are betting on the catastrophe and others aren't. How crazy is that? Yeah, Trump will probably fire Pence because he'll just say, well, I put Mike Pence in charge and he's doing a very bad job. As you know, I'm very in tune with what's going on because I'm the greatest person ever walked. And I didn't even know people died from the flu, but I know more than anybody else about the flu. And this is how Trump was talking today. I just can't believe he actually said that. Yeah, he actually didn't believe that people died a couple days ago from the flu, and now he knows everything about the flu, he said. Meanwhile, some guy just decides to punch two women walking down the street. Innocent women. Watch this. This is America. One of them was elderly. That hurt really bad. Can you believe this? It's like that guy in Walmart that hit a woman standing there with a baseball bat because he just wanted to see what it felt like to swing a baseball bat at somebody. And she fell down. Yeah, she literally fell down. Did you see that? I didn't show you that part. Look at the woman. She felt the pain and she buckled under the pressure. Look at this. Oh my gosh, she just fell right down. That's so sad. I don't want to show that to Sarah because that's just too weird. Yeah. No, that's okay.
So you show it.
That's fine. Okay, this is... Trump just said today, great job done by VP Mike Pence. And we don't even have the test kits we need. This was Trump's tweet today. One of the ways that South Korea is seeing benefits and reductions in people being diagnosed with this is they have all the test kits they need. Korea's always been an amazing country for producing mass production. Great job being done by the VP, the Coronavirus Task Force, thank you. Meanwhile, we're not getting the necessary test kits needed, and, it could get out of control without the number of people who really want to know if they're infected being contained and quarantined.
I ate all that dinner.
Oh, that's good. That was yours. I normally make that for you. So, pandemic bonds are being issued. It's crazy. People are, you don't want to see that. People are trying to profit from this, which is bizarre. They bet on the failure of our stock market. I was just telling people about that nursing home in Kirkland that the death rate was so high that one person went from no symptoms to dead that afternoon. Now, there's only a couple of ways that would happen, but I was telling people that, according to you, you had read some social media where somebody had gotten into that Kirkland facility even after they found out it was contaminated. Is that right?
Seattle Times.
Seattle Times covered it. Seattle Times covered it. The people were getting in and out of that particular location without actually being stopped. That they were going to see their family members in that location that was the worst possible spread here. It's the worst spread of the virus here in the Washington area.
It's basically the epicenter in Washington State.
So the epicenter of the viral outbreak.
They're all actually, where it says 15 of its residents have died.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at Department of Health,
yes,
.wa.gov, and you look at that, it's
Well, they didn't even stop people from going in there. They weren't even checking the door. So.
This one, it says there's been
116 in King County.
20 deaths in King County. 15 of those 20 deaths were at that one facility.
Okay, so this is the full story, folks. This is the death, the 20 people. She just said 15 of them were at that one facility that wasn't even guarded, according to the Seattle Times. So this is how incompetent our state CDC operation is here in Washington. They didn't even lock the door on that facility. And they're claiming they don't have enough staffing because a lot of them are getting sick. Well, bring in emergency staffing and lock the door. What the hell? Why would they have an open door on the worst area of containment in the state of Washington? It's just unbelievable. I mean, if this virus doesn't get us, incompetence will.
There's 55 residents that remain at the facility.
Wow.
Six of them are currently sick, but that doesn't mean good news. Life Care had seen some residents go from no symptoms to death in just a matter of a few hours. Wow. "70 of the center's 180 workers were out sick on Sunday, but there weren't enough test kits yet for them." But that it's funny because, or odd, that University of Washington said they had the capability to test 1,000 tests a day. So, but then that's just a presumptive positive. If they test positive, that would be a presumptive positive. And then they would have to test it at, I guess, the CDC or the Department of Health. There's Washington, as of this morning, actually it's like, as of this morning, there were 15 deaths, something like that. Well, they said 3 deaths were not from the facility. Kids and adults have done extremely well in terms of recovery. It's more likely that it's that place, Life Care, is home to people who are elderly or recovering from illnesses already, so they had weaker immune systems. Washington has the second highest number of both COVID-19 deaths and cases among all U.S. states. New York has 142 cases but 0 deaths. I'm quoting from theweek.com. You might be right, 150. You might be right. The average age of death from the coronavirus is 80, according to U.S. Surgeon General in the United States, I'm sure. I don't doubt it, Fourfinger. Who wrote the other day, Kellyanne Conway held a press conference to say Trump didn't say what he just said. Wow. Huh. Wow. That is rather interesting. Newspunch.com? I'm not sure Okay. I'll leave that open for David to look at. That is interesting, Guillotine. They're trying to test a vaccine, and they're asking for people to be vaccinated. Are they really giving $4,000 for people to get vaccinated? I don't know. Yeah, true. Fourfinger. All right. I can find the same information on any other site. Okay, World Bank pandemic bonds. Flu camp. They will. Wow. Huh. They are trying to get a vaccine ready for next winter. Oh, thank you. Yeah, probably a little bit. Okay, so here's a couple of... Those are very, very interesting. Thank you. World Bank. I'll definitely give David all of these links about the World Bank. So this just Guillotine in our chat room was giving us this information that... Oh, why did you do that? The World Bank has pandemic bonds that mature in July, and if you don't trust News Punch, they also have it on Reuters. This was published in February of 19th. World Bank pandemic bond under pressure as coronavirus spread. A World Bank bond designed to deliver funding to help the world's poorest country to tackle fast-spreading diseases has lost half its value as the coronavirus outbreak in China has fanned fears that investors could face hefty losses. After the Ebola outbreak that ravaged Sierra Leone, Guinea, and Liberia that killed at least 11,300 people, the World Bank launched bond and insurance instruments under its pandemic emergency financing umbrella in 2017 to establish a mechanism that would speedily deploy funds where needed. However, the World Bank's two so-called pandemic bonds came under scrutiny after the second worst Ebola outbreak on record. The 2018 epidemic in Congo, Democratic Republic of Congo, raged for a year, killed more than 2,000 people. It failed to trigger the release of funds to help the affected countries. The bonds, issued by the World Bank International Bank for Reconstruction and Development, offer investors high coupons in return for the risk of having to forego some or all of their money in the event of pandemic outbreaks of a number of infectious diseases, with the funds channeled instead to countries in need of aid. So either go to the investors or it would go to these countries. The bonds issued by the World Bank International Bank for Reconstruction and Development offer, with the coronavirus outbreak having infected more than 74,000 people and claimed more than 2,000 lives, prices for the pandemic bond with the highest investment risk, the Class B notes, have come under increasing pressure. And then this is the World Bank launched this in 2000. This is from 2017 in June. They released their pandemic bonds to support $500 million pandemic emergency financing. This was the first time that World Bank bonds were being used to finance efforts against infectious diseases, and the first time that pandemic risk in low-income countries is being transferred to the financial markets. Wow. These bonds covered 6 viruses that are most likely to cause a pandemic. The death toll in Italy jumped from 3,000 this morning to 4,016. Wow. Yeah, but if I didn't invest, why am I worried? I'm not. I just wonder if it's like they're creating a. Are they. Well, the bondholders are invested in it, and they'll lose money if there's a pandemic. So where does the money go if there's a pandemic? Supposedly to the countries, but maybe not. It might be going to other things, or there really is a pandemic, but they don't want to declare a pandemic and release this money to help fight the pandemic because they want the money to go back to the bondholders. Space shuttle's like, Sarah, it's not your money, it's not your problem. So are they, what's your thought, Guillotine? Are they holding off on declaring a pandemic so the money can go to the bondholders, or is this created to create a pandemic so somebody else gets the money? I think we should worry about both, Space Shuttle. Of course, worry about yourself and keeping food in your house and worrying about it being spread to you, but I think there's nothing wrong with questioning authority and questioning things. Okay, hang in there. COVID-19 vaccines are on the way for an April release. All right. Okay, you're right. You are all right. it is easier to just not pay attention to the news and not worry about anything and just live your life. Yeah, the media could be like the boy who cried wolf. One day they'll be right, and you might not believe them. Good point there too. And Meverall's point is it's too late to ask why or how. We just have to treat the problem at hand. Well, I'm not coughing space shuttle right now, and I'm doing my best to keep my environment clean. And I will stay home if I get sick and not cough over anyone. Yes, Bengalitis. Two. Absences, and there's been no cases in our county, and they've tested people in our county. There's not been any cases of COVID-19. Influenza, I'm sure, but well, if a child has a fever, then they would send them home. Good point, Space Shuttle. Yeah. I'll leave that for David too. There's a lot of forms of political control. 2728. No Bangalitis. We have school nurses, and they can figure out, they can take the precautions they need to. Yeah, there aren't a lot of people debating about how to stop it. And then the question is, you know, they're not, if they put this much effort into stopping influenza, they could probably keep people healthier as well. Okay.
We'll take over the show now. You have been a big help. Thanks. World Bank pandemic bond under pressure as coronavirus spreads. Yeah. A lot of fear. You know,
There's information about the World Bank. They issued a bond a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
And now,
if they declare a pandemic, then a lot of people make a lot of money.
Or actually lose a lot of money.
Depending on how you look at it. Just betting on an outcome like world catastrophe is so weird, but they do. I know George Soros put $600 million down on our economy collapsing, so maybe it'll pay off. He'll triple his money. He did it with the Bank of England. He shorted them, and he tripled his money. Soros is actually in that business of betting against our future. He's a friend of Donald Trump's, too. Thank you very much for helping. Thanks, Sarah. Take care. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Real Man's Pilot, welcome. Fourfinger really wants to be banned tonight. Dave should ban me. Well, I haven't banned you yet. So far, you're complying with our chat regulations. David, why aren't you spraying Sarah with your Get Young spray? Sarah does not like spray in her face, Space Shuttle. I'm the only person who can stand it. I grew up in a swimming pool. Kind of like a mermaid. 598 deaths now confirmed in Italy. That's a lot of people. Thanks, Ben Verall, for explaining that to us. Now, that's just a small portion of the number of people you killed, though, right? Because you claim you killed over 6,000 people, right? I never could understand that. David, I read that 96 million people are going to be infected by the COVID-19, and 480,000 will die. You know, we don't know what kind of real serious virus this is yet. It could be the bad one or the not so bad one, depending on where you are. No, I didn't catch that fight. Yeah, I'm not a big female kickboxing fan. It's just that when I see women that could kick my ass, it kind of makes me wonder about the world I live in. UFC 248 Zhang Weili against, you know, people are battling for their life and you want to watch kickboxing, you know. Yeah, worst case scenario, they say 70% of the world will be affected by this directly in the long run.
Comfortable wherever the fight is at makes excellent.
So these women look at how tough they are. I mean, seriously, you run into any one of these women in a bar fight, you're history. Man. Well, good for you. Now that men have been, you know, emasculated, women can be testosterized. Yeah, women with testosterone, the new thing. You know, she uses some very good natural products that are safe and have been approved by the health department. Yeah, that's the thing. You have an equalizer, you would easily take them out with your gun. So why would somebody want to master the art of martial arts, right? I don't know about you, but I still believe this is a bioweapon, and I'm not going to be told otherwise because I'm still looking for that article I had, and I'm going to hope that it's in my 153 news collection. Let me open up my Flipboard. We do store all of our links on Flipboard. I have 30 magazines, but the good links that I go to are the 153news.net links, and that's one of the magazines I have. It's all stuff that we've brought in. I'll show you. Here's my David Spawn library. This is how we handle our links now. We used to have a different vendor, but they went out of business, so they still have a backup of their files, though, which is great. I'm looking for the article, the video that we had from a man who testified that it really was a bioweapon. He saw the markers on it. I got a lot of weird things to get through, though. This is all about the numerical 33 appearing in all the videos. The number 33 has appeared almost everywhere. Got a bunch of things tonight. Do flu shots work? Ask a vaccine manufacturer.
The statistics of flu occurrence in people that don't take the flu shot compared to taking the flu shot, you know, what's the benefit? So in other words, 50% less people get the flu if you take the flu vaccine or something like that. What can you say to that effect?
I actually have never gotten that question before. Can you hold on a moment? Let me find out for you.
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Sir?
Yeah.
Okay, we are aware that there are studies out there that have been conducted that show that there is a benefit to getting the flu vaccine. There's also studies that have been conducted that show that it's the same whether you get a vaccine or not. Your risk is the same. So I don't have any exact statistical numbers or anything, but I can tell you that there are studies out there that do show that there is a benefit, as well as studies that show that there is no difference.
As I understand, there are some that that are mercury containing and others that are non-mercury containing. And I think yours is the mercury containing type. Is there a benefit in the mercury containing compared to not the mercury containing, and is the one with mercury better?
Actually, the purpose of the mercury content, it's actually contained in the thimerosal, is the name of the component that we use. It's a preservative.
Right.
And so that's simply its purpose, is just as a preservative. It doesn't have any effect on the efficacy of the vaccine. Our product, our multi-dose vial, does contain thimerosal as a preservative, and there's other products out there that contain trace amounts of thimerosal. they're considered to be preservative free, but they still contain trace amounts of mercury.
Do you get the flu vaccine?
Do I personally?
Yeah.
No, why are you asking me that?
What are the
Thank you for telling me there's no sound. You know that the nurses in the East Coast are protesting even the existence of the safety of these vaccines and their effectiveness. And I was just saying that there are many nurses that are refusing to take vaccines even though their job requires it, which is very interesting. I'm not pro vaccine, but I'm not no vaccine either. I just don't believe that it's safe to distribute vaccines in a body of a child rapidly, and I believe that science will prove that I'm right, that you cannot inject a barrage of vaccines quickly into a child's body without seeing adverse effects. And I don't know one neurologist that has signed off on the fact that they're putting this neurotoxin in our body, mercury, through the thimerosal that they inject. And this isn't some make-believe story. I mean, this really is on the bottle. Not necessarily, no. 5 by 5 in the pipe. So I'm still looking for that confirmation of the bioweapon. When you see things in the stories that I bring in the show, I'll play them in the show, but I lose them sometimes in the transition. Not every link is saved, so I'm still in the process of trying to rebuild that. It does look like the government's going to refuse to call this a bioweapon. So, who knows?
Are you nervous about the coronavirus? What is happening in Hong Kong right now?
No.
No.
We've all been here before. The fire alarm goes off and you ask yourself, is this a drill or is there really a fire? That is currently what the world is trying to work out. Coronavirus, or rather the reaction to coronavirus, has paralysed areas in China. The country has taken huge steps to isolate Wuhan and other major cities affected.
And that is the reason why Wuhan has been so successful in achieving the goal of suppressing the spread of the dangerous viral disease.
If they stay at home or are in self-quarantine or go to hospital, you need to wear a mask at all times.
So they have been very vigilant in South Korea and in China to wear masks. We in America have not. Now I go out shopping in an area that we're in the supposed epicenter. I see one mask maybe. We're in the outreach of a 50-mile radius of the epicenter of what is appearing to be like an explosion in the Washington area, but it's not. And I don't necessarily believe that the virus is spreading as fast as they think, or is it's becoming a bigger problem than they thought it was. I really believe that it is kind of toning down, but it does require our population to be vigilant, and people who are presenting with symptoms of a cold. And I walked by a woman just the other day at Home Depot. Sarah and I went to Home Depot, and we walked by a woman who was like sneezing and coughing on the job. Yeah, I mean, I said, whoa, pull back. We were like 6 or 7 feet away from her when she did this. So it's just that people are going to be coughing and sneezing. If you've got any kind of a cold and you're vigilant and stay at home, you're better off at home to get better anyway. Now, some of you are going to work through your cold. That's not what we want. The government wants you to stay at home with any kind of a symptom. Yeah, that woman should have stayed at home. So being vigilant like the Chinese have been, but they've been over the top because they'll actually lock entire apartment buildings up, shut everybody down in quarantine. They've done utmost efforts to shut this down. And many people may be suffering in those apartment buildings. We don't know. And our numbers that we're getting are official stats, not necessarily real stats. I know, Begalitis, it's funny you're trying to sell your masks for $5,000 a piece. I know you're kidding. So a sneeze is a 10-foot radius, right? Fluid mechanics, it's not linear. So a sneeze, if somebody sneezes, you got to be 10 feet away from that. But a cough, 6 feet. But I was freaking out when we were walking by her. I was like, whoa, pull back. And I had to remind Sarah 6 feet at all times. We were 6 feet. But I was like, gosh, she's definitely, got a cold or something. Okay, you finally posted it. Great. So a UFC female fighter did get mugged. But he beats the hell out of the mugger. Just like I said. There she is. And she's wearing a nice press-on veneer there that looked like fangs. It's pretty funny. Pollyanna Viana left a man with horrific facial injuries after he tried to rob her with a cardboard gun. The cowering thief even begged her to call the cops in fear of another beating after targeting the wrong person. Viana was waiting for her Uber in Rio de Janeiro when the misguided criminal demanded she hand over her phone. After the would-be robber claimed he had a gun, Viana said she punched and kicked him before locking him in a rear naked choke. Viana, 26, kept the man in submission while she waited for police to arrive. When I saw him, he asked me that the time I said it and saw he wasn't going to leave, so I already moved to my cell phone, put my cell phone in my waist, and then he said, "Give me the phone. Don't try to react because I'm armed." Then he put his hand over a gun, but I realized it was too soft. The gun turned out to be a cardboard cutout. He was really close to me, so I thought, if it's a gun, he won't have time to draw. So I stood up and I threw 2 punches and a kick, Viana said. He fell when I caught him in a rear naked choke. And then I sat him down in the same place where we were before and said, "Now we'll wait for the police." Oh my God. This guy got his ass kicked. You see what I mean? Wow. She knows how to seriously, and Sarah and I have this common thing. We both like female physical stars. It's one of those, I'm a action and adventure kind of person. I like to watch action adventures. She likes action adventures female, so when Wonder Woman came out, she wanted to see it right away. We went to the theaters. I don't know who trained her, but she definitely did what she had to do. You learned that in 5th grade from people from the 1800s. Yeah, I've forgotten more than you'll ever learn. I'm so sorry to say. David, Chinese flights are still coming in. Are you serious? Let's take a look. I thought Trump shut those Chinese flights off. Well, it wouldn't surprise me if he didn't knock them off. He didn't stop the flights. It wouldn't surprise me if he's just lying about it. Oh, I made it very clear I stopped all the flights on January 31st. And then I put Mike Pence in charge. Pence lied too. Why are you believing China, Jack Posobiec? Pence lied too. Chinese flights coming into the U.S. still. Why would we trust anybody? Oh my God. Look at this, folks. This is for real. No gate info, but they're landing these flights from Beijing. Or Pudong, Shanghai. Yeah. Flight GT 1538 and flight CK S915. There was never an attempt to fully suspend travel with China. Travel restrictions were placed on people who had been Hubei province in the last 14 days. Whoa. So Trump lied about that. He didn't ban all Chinese flights. I'll have to tell Sarah. Just people from the Hubei province. How about that, huh? Thank you so much. You just clarified a big problem we were having. Yeah, we didn't even know. No gate information because no one wants to meet these people. Yes. CD briefing room, COVID-19.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Dr. Nancy Messonnier from CDC.
Hi.
I'd like to give you the latest update on the novel coronavirus spreading in the U.S., known as COVID-19. As of Sunday evening, March 8th, 34 states, plus New York City and DC, reported more than 500 cases. While right now our most affected states are California and Washington, the number of affected states, cases, and deaths will continue to rise. That's why I'd like to talk to you about risk. Risk can be looked at in two ways. There's risk of being exposed and getting sick from this virus, and there's risk of getting very sick or dying from illness with this virus. This virus is capable of spreading easily and sustainably from person to person. And there's essentially no immunity against this virus in the population because it's new. Based on this, it's fair to say that as the trajectory of the outbreak continues, many people in the United States will at some point in time, either this year or next, be exposed to this virus, and there's a good chance they will become sick. But again, we do not expect most people to develop serious illness. This seems to be a disease that affects adults, and most seriously, older adults. Starting at 60, there is an increased risk of death, and the risk increases with age. The highest risk of serious illness and death is in people older than 80. People with serious underlying health conditions also are more likely to develop serious outcomes, including death. I'd like to go through our recommendations for people at highest risk. Make sure you have supplies on hand, like routine medications for blood pressure and diabetes. Have enough household items and groceries so that you will be prepared to stay at home for a period. Avoid crowds, especially in poorly ventilated spaces. Travelers, particularly those with underlying health issues, should defer all cruise ship travel worldwide. We also recommend that people at higher risk avoid non-essential long plane trips. Last and most important, know what's going on in your community. I understand these recommendations may not be popular and that they may be difficult for some people. At CDC, our number one priority is the health and safety of the American people. These are the kind of recommendations I've made to my parents. Everyone has a role to play in helping to protect our family members, friends, colleagues, and neighbors who are most at risk. Check CDC's website for the latest information, cdc.gov/COVID-19, and know what's going on in your community. Let's work together to protect each other.
Let's try to get enough test kits out to the people of the states that you're supposed to be serving with your $8.3 billion allocated. And not only did Trump not only allocate $11 million to the epicenter, but that's how ridiculous this is, but they didn't get the test kits out there. So this is nice fluff, but it doesn't really amount to a big change in how things are operating right now. We're still business as usual, as slow as molasses. We were getting mysterious new blood bacteria in January, we were talking about this in 2016, or from 2016. That's an old story. I'm just trying to piece some stuff together for tonight. Yeah, I never even got to see that. I'm going through my history book and just piecing it all together so I could try to find that valid article I had from an actual geneticist on the 4 markers that tie this into being a bioweapon and being man-made. Because little stories like that get lost rather quickly on the internet. Prince Andrew shut the door on Epstein's probe cooperation, according to U.S. prosecutor. He's declined to cooperate with the investigation now. He's looking rather chipper now that he has he's actually now not in the spotlight. Meghan and Harry have taken the spotlight away from him, so that's kind of cool. Doesn't he look like he's in a better mood? And those mood elevators are really helping his psychology. Yes, the Queen. So Trump really has no control over the lazy union-controlled, non-fireable government workers. You're right. Yeah, I see how Trump is relatively trimmed of his power and is rather impotent as a president. Really rather impotent as a president. But yes, I'm sure that the English are not going to review anymore, and I'm sure that this investigation into Jeffrey Epstein will blow over, much like the simple fact that Jeffrey Epstein had died, allegedly, and everyone no longer sees him. So there's really nothing to think about. Yeah, this administration is the biggest failure in history ever. Only because he's so proud of what he does, and he does so little. He hasn't advanced production in America. He hasn't stimulated the production centers and industrial leaders to create widgets so we can export them. He's simply done what he did best over the years, is take out loans from Russian oligarchs and rip people off whenever and whoever he can. Okay, David, right? Let's say you're the president, and what would you do to handle this coronavirus? I want to hear your idea of keeping us safe. Sure. Well, I would issue forth a plan to deliver face masks to everybody in America. It's a plan I put together 5 or 6 years ago. The CDC would have been sending them out to you in advance of any flu virus, but even with this virus going on, you'd be getting your face masks. Everyone in the country would be getting face masks. And I would urge anybody who gets sick to not go anywhere. And I would be telling everybody who's sick, no matter what your illness, stay at home. That would be a safeguard position. Whereas I'm not forcing anybody to wear a mask. I'm giving them voluntarily they can wear them because the government is going to hand them to you, 5 free. That's what we're going to do. And if you want to reorder them, a simple envelope will be in there with a postage paid that you simply have to put a check in, and you get your resampling. And you get a new order. We send you another check or another envelope, self-addressed. All you have to do is throw a check in there and you get a new order. Very simple. And we'll even have an online opportunity for people to get any mask they want. And so we'll have a lot of these masks in production, and there won't be any shortage whatsoever. We'd have way more masks than we need. That's for starters. But we would still go out with all the protocols a lot of you are doing right now, washing down surfaces, carrying wipes. But yeah, don't drink the hand wipe or the hand sanitizer. Don't drink that stuff. It's very dangerous. I don't need a respirator, but you will if you ate a lot of Taco Bell last night. Some people are using flatulence to scare people away from them on a plane. Say you're flying across country and you eat a lot of beans before you go on board, so it becomes a smell issue, so they automatically stay away from you in the plane. I don't recommend doing that. Yeah. Trump is not a great businessman. He simply takes money from Russia. He was told he was at a $100 million line of credit with Russia. I can't believe you'd be that stupid as to not know that. Please don't tell me I'm hood certified. Thank you. Okay, is Corey going to reveal the truth about what's going on? I want to hear Corey Feldman talk about who he's going to name. He's supposedly going to name somebody right now. I don't think it's Corey Feldman, man. Yeah, it's somebody getting attacked right now in a game show. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on over there. But don't send his link here. Thanks. So hand sanitizer in rehab is 70% alcohol. Well, there you have it. Rubbing alcohol in a spray bottle. I don't want you to drink hand sanitizer. That's the point. Jeez, what's your problem? Can't you find some rubbing alcohol instead? Not that I want you to drink that. Yeah, Digital Mallrat says, don't use Lysol as a body wash or hair wash. He has experienced an unbelievable skin reaction. It's not going to keep you safe from the virus if you wash your hair and hands with it necessarily. Right. It's best to wash surfaces with Lysol, not your hands. There are natural soaps you can get to clean your hands off that are just as disinfecting. You know, I would have considered, if I had everything in order, I would have considered claiming this was an attack on our country with a bioweapon. Call me old-fashioned, but it sure seems that way, doesn't it? You know? Or a psyops of an attack on our country with a bioweapon. Or both. You know, one or the other or both. So I'm not one of those people that, you know, like Trump, that says, nothing to see here, please disperse. Everything's fine. Oh, it's very good. Only 1% of these people die. But I didn't even know people died of the flu. Thank you for telling me. Now I'm the boast. I'm the biggest expert in the world. You notice how Trump went from not knowing anything to being the biggest expert, the bigliest expert in the whole world. It's amazing how he learns one or two new things and he becomes the top expert. The website crashed. Corey Feldman was charging $20 per pay-per-view on My Truth. Okay. Vital Junkie says, you tell us to stay home. How long we have bills to pay, have to eat, etc. Would the government help us financially? Yes, as a matter of fact, I will. As president, we will have a slush fund of $500 per month that you will have as a backup in case you run out of cash. Now, that's an offer that no other presidential candidate is offering. I'm the only one. Now that Andrew Yang, who left the competition, he tried to double the amount, and we couldn't possibly afford more than that, but I believe you do. But making $200 to $500 a day is not going to change. I mean, $500 per month is just to get you through in life, man. I mean, it's just to buy some vegetables and food and ramen, or don't eat ramen. Use spaghetti instead. The trick is to learn how to cough without ripping holes in your lungs. Oh, you're learning how to deal with the coronavirus from the having received it end and trying to survive once you're in bed? Well, that's very interesting. Reptoid has a very interesting theory that by just laying in bed and not coughing too hard, you won't rip your guts out. Wow. Well, you know, I would say that less energy spent means your body's fighting the illness. So don't get up and move around a lot. I know you got a family, man. I didn't say you didn't, but I mean, making $200 to $500 a day isn't going to happen. You'll have to move into a dumpster near your house temporarily, or a tent. But $500 is a little bit of something to get by, man. Yeah, 24 million people with COPD, and if they get this, they're dead. I know. It's terrible. And here's Xenu is so crap-faced every day, he probably couldn't survive the virus if he got sick, because he's literally killing his body with alcohol. He's pickled right now. He has a 0.23 alcohol level. I can see it in his webcam. He's delirious. He's like, I gotta have another beer and watch Dave. You know, come on, man. Stop drinking. And poor Soul Child, she's desperate because she'd have kidney failure. She's having kidney problems right now. Yeah, well, a lot of people like Xenu exist. You know, he's representative of the snowflake generation. Incel homos, I call them. You were a 2.3, right? 0.23. I read the police record. I know. You can't lie to me, man. We got all the information right in our fingertips. I can even give you your mother's maiden name, but I'm not going to do that. I won't do that to the room. I'm just kidding. We don't have the technology to get your most recent DUI level. Thank you. Well, the black on black is really working for me, being we're in the depths of this horrible situation. It just gets worse and worse, it seems. Well, tomorrow's not going to be a fun day on Wall Street, I can tell you that. You need $27 a day, $10K a year. Well, this is close. This is almost, yeah, I mean, this is going to go up in value too, but this is to get you started. No questions asked. Yeah, he'd just vomit on himself. He would just sanitize his whole body with the alcohol he has in his. You were 0.38? Are you serious? Oh man, you're technically intoxicated every night. It took him that long to write the sentence. Yeah, last time the cops came to my house. It's like, dude, you're just, what are you doing this to yourself for? Why are you killing yourself? What's the big deal? You think the end is near and it doesn't matter, who cares anyway, that kind of thing? The stock market will be shut down tomorrow. I wouldn't doubt that they shut the stock market down. Emergency session. Seriously. It's not that great. I don't know what a drunk sounds like because technically drunks and I don't mix. I'm not a drinker. Well, if you could get by on $27.50 a day, that's pretty damn good. Guess 555. Yeah, you could definitely live within your means. I remember Ed, who came in our show. He passed away from fourth stage lung cancer about a year and a half ago. Anyway, Ed used to get $770 a month for his health, for his mental problems. He grew up mentally deficient. He was a schizophrenic. He had a service dog and the whole thing. Anyway, long story short is he could only stay in a hotel room or a motel room 4 days out of every month. So Ed was live under a park bench 6 days out of the week and then get a motel room for 1 day and then live it up, watch TV, wash his hair, wash his clothes. That's how he lived for his entire 46 years of his life. He didn't have any family. He was a foster care kid. He didn't know where, he never had anybody give him anything except that check every month. And $770 was not enough to live on. You can't possibly even live on. You need a house to live in with at least $500 a month. That's how to do it. So if I can get people housing and get people $500 a month, a lot of people can survive on that in our economy as it evolves. You want a $30,000 lawsuit after being abused in jail? Wow. Okay. Well, I was going to say, if you're doing 0.38, yeah, they just throw you around like a rag doll. Yeah, you couldn't even stand up. You were just, and I just don't understand why you'd want to get that crap faced. I don't understand the psyche behind why you guys want to just get to the point where you want to vomit every single night. What's the point? Why are you doing that? Slow down. Drink one particular type of booze. What I've seen people do is they convert to beer or wine, but no hard liquor. I believe you did, and they attacked you. But the point I'm making, Zeno, is I don't want to comment on your case. All I'm saying is you seem suicidal the way you're drinking. No. You see, no one even feels. No one gets to a 0.38 and is actually enjoying it. Nobody. God. Hang in there. COVID-19 vaccines are on their way for an April release. So they said it would be 1 year away, but no. They've got it ready to go by April. See what I mean? And so it begins. Thank you, Scissor Fight. They're already packaging a COVID-19 vaccine. See? They're going to try to force it upon the whole society. Part of their psyops was to drain all of the stores like Costco of all the toilet paper. They probably just didn't deliver as many as they thought they would. Yeah. You can try Tai Chi. It's going to help your body physically. It'll help your stress levels too. Yeah, you can't live in a 2-bedroom apartment in LA for under $72,000 a year. I agree. It's going to cost you $45,000 just for your living environment at $3,700 a month payments. I know. That's why people are living in vans in Venice. Well, that's the point we're making, Guest 390. Hi, Meta. How you doing? This just came in. I mean, they're trying to pitch this. Mashable Asia. You can breathe a sign of relief because vaccines for COVID-19 are finally coming. Scientists across the globe have been developing the vaccines at breakneck speed. A first for the world, in fact, and are slated for an April 2020 release. China, which is the forefront in coming out with vaccines for the novel coronavirus, claims that they'll be available for emergency use. Yeah, well, they're hopeful. And what they'll do is they'll say, this is the argument they'll make, that everybody has to be vaccinated in order for it to work. In order for it to kill the vaccine, to kill the dangerous virus. Well, here's the deal. You got to stop wanting that feeling of being drunk. That's where you screwed up. Go to a recreational marijuana state and just smoke a little good weed and don't drink at all. And see where that takes you. And if you need a little bit of booze, try a beer. You need to get off of that buzz you're getting from alcohol. It's going to kill you, man. I've seen guys do what you're doing right now and die before they're 40. Corona. You're doing Percocet and Xanax and Fireballs. You're out of it, man. Let's take a look at this one.
Racism, nobody understands how to cough right. It's so hot right now. Let's go to China and shoot a video.
What the hell are you talking
Dude,
about?
let's go. Everyone's going the other way.
I think you need to pump the brakes, Tom.
Tickets are going to be...
Okay, this is the My Corona video. Okay, this should go viral. Okay, I hope so. Considering it's about a virus. David, rumors are the scare of the coronavirus is an actual code for a way to inject every American with a microchip in this so-called vaccine. Word is right, Vinyl Junkie. This is a psyops. I agree. It's definitely a psyops. Okay, we'll get the Corey Feldman link in just a second. But yeah, no, I've been of the belief that there really is a bioweapon in play. But it's not capable of spreading as rapidly as they say. But what they're really banking on is the idea that everything will be completely shut down. They had to have a correction in the stock market anyway. And they're going to try to deploy 328 million doses by April? No. The theory that they're pushing herd inoculation has always been at the forefront of this theory, that they are working on this. And they've been doing it every single year for years. I mean, this PSYOPs has been going on for a long, long time. Every election season, 2008, swine flu, 2010, MERS, 2012, Ebola, 2014, Zika. So it's very much like a PSYOPs, but they're trying to make it more real by pushing it hard and fast and showing people are dying. But we showed you every election year organism that comes along, and we showed you that the Kirkland location was wide open. Even the Seattle Times said that the Kirkland location here in Washington, which is the epicenter of this outbreak and the most of the deaths here in Washington, was left wide open for days after they declared it a top-level emergency. So somebody's messing with everybody's brain to think that this is some major deal. Mark purposely changed your profile pic. You're the second person that's happened to. Psycho behavior. Insane Canadian had hers taken down too. Well, so that theory of the hoax is still number one on the list. Yeah. And if you believe it's something more than a hoax, go ahead and believe it's a standard flu and take precautions. And I tell that to everybody because that's the way you should live anyway. I don't want to get a disease from anyone around me, so I don't touch anyone. And now that certain stores like Costco are stopping sampling, if I go shopping there, I won't be eating any samples, so that's good. Certain things are going on that are going to guarantee the prevention of this spread without having to vaccinate the population. Anyway, I know, isn't that a bummer? Costco's cutting off samples, but that's okay. Our safety and security is better. And this coronavirus is, theory that it's a dangerous bioweapon dates back to a series of statements made on one fringe website that somehow that they released this terrible thing that was designed to stop the Hong Kong aggression, and it was designed to neutralize people, but instead it made them into schizophrenics, and then started attacking their nervous system and then blowing up in their brain and forcing them to have strokes. Horrible pain measured for 5 days, and then death. But the etiology of the disease here in Washington, the Kirkland case, shows it shows a pattern of going from symptom-free to death within 1 day. That's very strange. So a lot of that lends itself to the question is, what's going on over at the Kirkland nursing home? Do they happen to be directly under a 5G light post? So I'm going to go on maps.google tonight and look at the Kirkland location and see if it's near a 5G transmitter, because that's our fourth theory, that they're actually testing the 5G network on the human population, blaming it on a vaccine, and then killing both birds with one stone. Electrocuting people haphazardly, getting rid of the population, and saying, oh, by the way, this is a terrible virus. You need to have this vaccine. If you don't, and then they'll slip the RFID chips in. And they want everyone RFID chipped, everyone in the country. That's the fourth, more bizarre theory, mixed with a dangerous bioweapon. So, I mean, you name it. Who knows? Well, this is great. We got 3 minutes left. Life really travels quickly when you do a show, and I have never had more enjoyment doing shows in this venue, simply because the news is alive. The stock market drops 2,013 points in 1 day, more than any other time in history. We're making history right now, in a bad way, but we're making history. The course correction they were looking for was to get it way under 30,000 so that there was plenty of play left in the market. Because what the elites don't want is for an inflationary trend to occur where value of money seems to just become meaningless. You say now there are 4 nursing homes in the Puget Sound. Here's a more panic coming about from Costco. Okay, live leak, hundreds lining up outside. This could be the propaganda film. We detected some fake stories about the Costco lines. There have been numerous pictures that show the same person in the Costco line in 3 different parts of the country. But this is footage shows a line of people with shopping carts in an LA branch. Yeah, this is the same footage I just saw. Now, this is entirely possible. People panic at this particular time. So this could be real, but we did see some Costco photographs which seem to be made up. Let me see if I can pull that from my conspiracy bin. I'm smarter than Ken Jennings and Galileo combined. You're so kind. Thank you for saying that. Well, we're looking at this from a lot of different angles. I heard about your terrible urinary continence, but you need to contact a doctor if you can. Thank you. Ask your doctor. California has become civilized. Yeah, well, people have always been civilized. California works. It's the most amazing integrated community in Los Angeles I have ever seen. And I grew up there, and now there's a lot more people from different minorities there. And it's just amazing how well handled the California situation is. The homeless problem is the thing we have to deal with. That's the part that's just out of control. 6 straight days of heavy rain starting tonight in LA. Pray for us. Okay, you LAites, you got to deal with that. These are all fear-mongering things that have happened every year for many, many years. If you can recall, every year it's something really bad, comes through. And yeah, these people get along pretty well in California. They're just hanging out. Yeah, every year there's been some major event attacking the world. You see this layout? Isn't that amazing? When the coronavirus first broke here, we started talking about it early part of January, and I said, that we had a serious problem that we should look at this as a shutting down the international routes. That's no longer an issue. The cat's out of the bag. Trump waited till the end of January to do this, and he's bragging about doing it by the end of January. But when this thing first appeared, the coronavirus happens to be using the same logo as the location of the bioweapons lab in Wuhan, Baozan. Same logo as the movie Resident Evil, or the video game Resident Evil, in which some organization run by this Center Corona logo is actually the maker of monsters in Resident Evil game. So here it is popping up again at the cover of the bioweapons lab that allegedly created this bioweapon, which our government refuses to admit is a bioweapon, which is in and of itself admission that there's some sort of a psyops going on. They don't want us to know that this, whatever it is anything but a regular virus that's really bad. That's what they want to keep us at that level. So they don't want us to over-freak, but apparently the stock markets and the oil prices have over-freaked. It does look like the Costco images have been faked. Yeah, a lot of them have been, I agree. That Costco video is from Black Friday show. There you go. Perfect. We just got a live leak. You can throw that out. That was from a Black Friday sale. There you go. I don't have a link to that article. No. Here's an article that I didn't see. Human lab rats needed. Would you get infected with the coronavirus for $4,500 cash? Unbelievable. Queen Mary Bioenterprises in London is looking for 24 volunteers to inject. Yeah, sure. Same people that want to bring you vaccines, want to test you as a human guinea pig. Nice. Okay, we covered toilet paper replacements today. That's good. If you missed the memo, don't worry. We'll talk about it again, I'm sure. And if Trump could be any more irrelevant, he's talking about a payroll tax cut on a day when the stock market crashes because of his ineptitude. Hi. Ancient Human video? Sure, I'll look at it. How are you?
No, you can clearly see the pattern of the lung, and you can clearly see the
Okay, you can jump in my lap. Oh, she snagged my headphones. There we go. Okay. Okay, this is it. Corey's pretending to get hacked right in the middle. Here it is.
That's what we've been saying since the beginning of this. And they've been clearing it and dealing with it, but they keep coming back. They can't fight it off. It's too strong.
Wow! Holy crap! They're hacking us in real time.
So there you go.
You know who it is? How?
Well, they would in like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Citizen alive. Hold on, wait. What did you just say?
It's Wolfpack. They've been bragging that they're going to do this crap. I was hoping they were full of it because a lot of times they are. But I mean, I can name names right freaking now. Susie, Shannon. I mean, it's all of these people.
We're seeing the start coming in.
Okay, so this is one way that Corey could get out of not actually paying or offering up the person that he's going to name. So he has a pay-per-view event. He drew money to reveal a top source, and now he's claiming he's being hacked. Do you think the Actors Guild is really hacking him? Or do you believe that he's just coming up with a way to prevent talking about and releasing the information? Thanks for playing that, Guillotine. Yeah, $20 for a ticket to watch his documentary. We've got Wendy's show, and an interview with him tonight. I did get that on the internet. Yeah. Well, the fact that he's admitting he had sex with elites when he was a kid is a huge thing for him to do. But he said he was going to name somebody, and somebody said, yeah, he named so-and-so, and I can't confirm that. So you think that Costco's involved in this coronavirus scare? Could be, because that's one of the primary areas people are freaking out. They go to their Costco and they see no toilet paper. It's pretty easy to keep toilet paper off the racks and make it seem like it's a big, there's been a big glut on toilet paper. Yeah. And then people do start hoarding it. And then the wheel starts. Maybe this is some sort of a psyops that just got out of control, and our government is now starting to realize, wow, we really are killing the stock market. You bought 96 rolls? Yeah, so people are stocking up. No question about it. Oh, yeah. So Vinyl thinks that his website is being DDoSed, and I think you're right. I think the chances of Corey being DDoSed right now at this time is very high, having been DDoSed myself many times on this show. And the very fact that he's trying to profit from it, and he won't reveal the name or names of these alleged pedophiles until he gets everybody on board. I think he has a few more chances ahead to vindicate himself. But if he doesn't release names soon, he'll be seen as a fraud. Slow Modes thinks he faked the attack on his site. I think it's likely somebody did attack him, because we get attacked all the time. It's fairly easy to attack people. I don't know if Corey's watched the show, but I hope he does name names. I think he is a very big part of being a spokesman right now, and people are turning to him for answers. You see, the whole story of conspiracies gets deeper and deeper, and if you dive down that corridor, you run into a very dark hole. Normally, you look at the world and it's everything, all wrapped up. You kind of understand what's going on when you watch the mainstream media. He named Michael Jackson? Yeah, but naming a dead guy is a lot harder, or a lot easier than naming somebody who's living right now. But when you look at the world in the mainstream media eyes, the lens that they give you when you watch TV, you think everything's, just the way you see it. But there's a conspiracy theory out there that suggests that there's 50,000 kids a year, 55,000 kids a year on average that are missing and have never ever been seen again. They're lost, killed, tortured. We don't even know where they are. And the police don't seem to care either. And there's a conspiracy theory that these kids are being harvested for a very rare hormone called adrenochrome, which comes from torturing children. Now, nobody wants to hear what I'm saying right now, and I don't blame you, because I myself don't want to hear what I'm saying. But when I think about the missing kids and how it's affected the world around us and how no one seems to care and how the police can't seem to find the perps, I'm beginning to think that there is some sort of a weird class of elite people that are living on this rare hormone called adrenochrome, which is derived from tortured children. So that being an underlying conspiracy theory, perhaps one of the worst out there, makes you wonder what kind of people we really have in charge. How did Jeffrey Epstein get away with what he did for so long? And why are so many things covered up regarding Pizzagate? Why did CNN jump right on calling Pizzagate fake news? They were the ones that called Pizzagate fake news. Nobody else. And then Trump liked the word so much he calls everything fake news. But when we look back at that time period when we were starting to see the reveal through the WikiLeaks of what Pizzagate was all about, it began showing us a glimmer of what this dark underworld of sex, manipulation, torture, children, even the CPS involvement was brought into the subject matter. Child Protective Services may even be involved. We don't know. So with that in mind, we as people, as average viewers, have a kind of a somber foreboding concern that lingers in the back of our mind. What's going on when good people do nothing? Evil persists. So if we don't step up and do something about this terrible disaster that's been happening around the world with missing kids, we'll be complicit ultimately in not solving this problem. So it's got to be brought to the forefront again, somehow. And a third party could certainly do that. We could also break open the veil of cover-up regarding all the different events that have happened in our country over the past 50 years. But can we solve all those problems right away? No. Because we're going to have to solve the problem facing the economy. We can't figure out who killed JFK right away. We can't solve the 9/11 attack and exactly why our government covered up parts of it. We can't solve those questions right away. We have to set up a plan to do that. But Trump hasn't done anything in 3 years. He hasn't investigated anything. So if you're still holding on to that aging, withered Trump vine, good luck, because it's not going to make it to 2020. I'm fairly sure he's not going to win re-election. Even Biden is going to be able to beat him if he's put up to the task. So when the stock market hits the skids of their 401ks are going down, people aren't going to be happy with Trump. And even you Trump supporters are going to be saying, yeah, I don't know. This guy says nothing's wrong when there's a lot wrong in this country. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think you, Willie, stop talking about mindless stuff. Work on your political questions. Maybe write them out in advance at night when you're, slobbering over your bowl of gruel. And come back to the show later, Willie. Okay? Yeah, I think Trump-tards might break away once their 401ks dissolve from under them. They won't be saying Trump is helping the economy. And when they have to walk around with a mask on because Trump waited too long to stop people from coming to this country, they'll think twice about voting for Trump. Oh, yeah. Trump has made some critical errors, and he acts like he's the guy who's solving problems. It's absurd. We got more chemtrails over Alaska. Alaska Chemtrail Airlines. Oh, okay. Mike Decker, thank you for that link. Well, you don't have to believe that people are harvesting adrenochrome from tortured children.
Everybody.
You don't have
providing guidance about how to keep.
Hi, everybody.
You won't have to believe that, no. But you tell me why 55,000 kids a year are missing, according to missingkids.com. Why are these children missing completely and no one ever sees them again? I can only imagine how horrible it is for families who are losing their family members right now. Let alone people with coronavirus. That's another issue, of course. There are people who come in our show supporting Trump, and I told you I have a strict standard here. Ex-Democrats, ex-Republicans, only centrists can come in here. So if you're in here as a Trump-tard, you're lucky. You're not going to be in here much longer if you keep it up. We don't want Trump supporters here. I mean, why would you even come into this room to listen to my chat about politics when I'm going to rag on Trump? Because he's an idiot. Everything about him is ridiculous. You should know that. Obviously, you're an idiot. All right. Yeah. Trump let Epstein fake his death. That's so true. There you go, right there. Herbal activation. Yeah, we even are wondering if Trump and his good friend Epstein are even in touch right now. Sure. We had a guy come into the show last night claiming to be Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, we get all kinds of people claiming to be people. I would never arrest Trump supporters. No. I just consider you traitors to this country right now. I don't plan on arresting you. That's just how I feel about you. You bought the whole thing. I mean, you not only like the Russian brides that Trump has working for him, you actually think that they're perfectly okay and they're cute little girls that just deserve some happy love from their husbands. Mail order Russian brides. I mean, Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, William Barr, and of course little Donnie. They work for Russia, man. Wake up. Our country's been under their control for some time. But you refuse to admit it. Should the Olympics be competed by internet connection? No. That's an interesting theory, but I've never heard that theory put out by anybody, but I don't think so. If we all have to do the Olympics in private, what's the point? Re-education camps, no. Eric, I'm not a communist. That would be something Bernie would say. No, I don't. Believe me, everyone has the freedom to vote in this country, even if you're voting for the wrong guy. You want Trump and America to fail. Wow. Interesting. Well, I am the only one offering the $500 per month per U.S. adult citizen who's not collecting Social Security or disability. Because if you are, you'll continue to get your disability and Social Security, but I can't give you $500 more. And that's it. Keep the faith. Try to remain away from people at a safe distance, whether you believe this is real or not. Just take necessary cautions. If somebody's coughing next to you, stay 6 feet away, and get the heck out of the Dodge. Just don't walk in their pathway. But do the necessary things to protect yourself. And all of us, if we follow this standard rule, we'll be able to mitigate any of the dangers that they say are, part of a disease spreading. I don't think investing in anything right now is a good move. I'd hold on to your money until, the bottom of the market is reached. I don't think we've reached it yet. No, you're not allowed to shoot somebody if they cough in your face. Oh, yeah. Well, the thing is, this is the truth about the conspiracies that are happening right now. And I'll kind of close with this statement, I guess. There is an underlying need for the New World Order to, and I'm anti-New World Order, by the way. There's an underlying need for the New World Order to depopulate the world. Because they don't want to clean it up. They just don't want to clean it up. It's not their problem, they think. So they came up with a scenario where if they could get rid of the population, the world would be cleaner and would remain safer for a longer period of time. They want to hog the world. And they have a tool available to them, people with lots of money, called automation, where they can replace every human being with a robot. So they have this technology available to them. We don't. They have the modus operandi. They have the means and the plan. And all they need is everything in place. And a pandemic fits into this perfectly. Whether it's a part of a psyops to vaccinate you and force chemicals that lower your immune system, and RFID chip you with the vaccine, with a nanoparticle, which they can do. They've got plans to do that. Or they just simply get rid of you through a disease that was created in a bioweapons lab in China. Yeah, so the plan is in play. We know what they're doing. This is no big shock to any one of us. We've seen it before. They have this plan always right around this time period in a century where they control our fate. So here we go. And all we can do is just continue to ignore their attempt to take over power and build this third party to stop them. So that's it for now. Yeah. So try not to, if you get sick, stay at home if you can. Yeah, and if you are sick, if you go out, you should wear a mask. You really should, just to be on the safe side. Nothing wrong with that. And I think we have to be more vigilant in that regard. Otherwise, we're never going to deal with this incessant disaster that's unfolding, whether we like it or not. Because they'll continue to push their agenda. Okay, this is another wonderful show. Signing off. I'll be back tomorrow, of course, at 5 p.m. with Truth Tuesday. And tonight, you can watch shows till 1 in the morning. I got lots of stuff lined up. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for all the great links. Appreciate it. And we'll see you guys again. Take care. Get some rest. Keep your immunity strong. Eat right. Don't overeat, but eat the right foods. Take care.